That would have been good enough for me. Dan, thanks for the 34 month-a-roos. Alright, 7:46. Let me make a stream marker. You've come. Excellent. Thank you, Briarden. The perfect mannerisms. Yes, Ivy? It's an utterly obnoxious personality. The thief did not merely look like Lady Gerilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even the closest friends or family could detect that autumn is amiss. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when the preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. Yet some disguises are more challenging. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? The guests are well acquainted. One misstep and the thief's cover would be blown. More logical first target, one that would afford him... Yeah, but the brass blades don't give a shit. Like, the brass blades are lame. Ivy. I gave her my hand, and that was a mistake. Ivy, why do you want my hand so bad? Yeah, Ivy? What are you doing with that hand? Begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. You got it, pal. She's so upset. She's like, excuse me, I was going to use that hand. She's like, that's my pillow right now. Oh, Ivy. Oh, Ivy. Forward and back. There he is. You're one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Try to be brief. He's in his briefs. They sure are. Who was to be your charge? Father of the groom. The other was a Lalafell and gent from Limsa. Yalto Nolto. Ivy, I'm going to need that hand back. The steward, Lewinhart. Stop licking my hand, Ivy. To which I shall return to Costa del Sol and continue my investigation. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of God, just make sure the imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Yeah? She's literally, like, grabbing it with her paw. Alright, I'm taking it back. It's mine now. She's very upset. She's looking at me like, excuse me, you bring that back right now. Give it back! Yeah, there are sage weapons. In the later dungeons, after their minimum level, not at the very low levels, but every job has weapons in dungeons. All of them do. Just depends on the level of the dungeon. I, Hildibrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The inspector shall be none the wiser. If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. There's one of our suspects standing suspiciously under the canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. Shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. Excuse me, Hildibrand. I would advise you to not. Ideally, I would advise you to not. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The mere slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives, in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from the Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. I can think of few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, will you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal, too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital. That's why you are my favorite, Assistant Nashu. Now behold as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his demise. Good morning, Master Guguremu, and a fine morning it must be for you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabelle. What is this nonsense? Arabelle is my daughter. Wait, who in the seven hells are you? Guards! Guards! Now your old chocobos, Guguremu. I recognize the lad. This is Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and an inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have you? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude, eh, Vans? The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty, indeed, to have such rumours told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of... Oh, he exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effigy. Fashion-challenged youth. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. I disagree. He's got a wide nose. And as an Italian, I know all about that. Worthy heir to the Brigadier Consortium and worthy a match, my daughter. Must say, yes, foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, if you must. Which reminds me, Master Vance, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you with the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It's not left her neck since that day. Oh, that little trinket. 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Ha! Time-honored medieval art of parley. Wouldn't be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgan not spoken up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural. Let's not rush to conclusions. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yet everything is proceeded according to my plans. Whoops, I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yalto, Nalto, and Lewenhart, who have aroused suspicion from the start. Well, I don't know about that. But, good luck. Seen your faces round here with the East Aldenar Trading Company. Oh, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Aldenar Trading Company. Ha, ha, ha. Pleasure to meet you. Do tell. Is the Lapis maiden as lovely as they say? Sultana here has no slouch herself, but, like me, she's getting on in the years. No offense intended. Oh, but where are my manners? Yalto Nalto, the Brigadier Consortium. This is my wife, Sainana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happen at a better time, with all manner of fell beasts and beastmen taking aim at our wares. Just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuff was waylaid by mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up and make a salad out of them. Ye have heard of the mandragoras, haven't you? But of course, I once spent a year honing body and mind with the fist of Rolgar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. They struck at the larder here just days ago. Fear not, milady, I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago. Settle down, Sanana. Forgive me, wife. She always saying how meat is bad for a figure. With that, I'd best go prepare me speech. Carry on. No, I won't carry on. Criminy! None of those three were suspicious in the least. Must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to fall today. Speak so fast, Inspector. Send for quick mind, I'm sure. Where was I? Give up hope, and many faces will laugh. Last Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Bryden will be back any moment. He's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let's investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Lewenhart spoke. If we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Bryden will be back before long. Come, Nashu. This is no time to delay. Oh, Hildibrand. Nashi, you busy making bombs over there? How are the bombs coming along? Crates of assorted foodstuff and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears that our man Lewenhart spoke true. He gets. Are those explosives? I spy concealed amongst the coconuts. Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see, and those coconuts were looking awfully lonely. Nashu, far be it for me to cast down on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would have possessed you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it is somewhat misdirected. Now set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. So you are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Bryden is otherwise occupied at the moment. With chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Bryden explode a fiery demise. Got it. Are you sure about that? Uh-oh, don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The Inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But Miss Ellie, should Inspector Bryden come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. Slack and I will see that the instructor keeps a wide berth of this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Bryden has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us and we must heed its cry. Oh, Hildibrand. God, I forgot TwitchCon is 3 fucking days. Oh. Indeed, but enough about Hildibrand. Slack and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... Excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot just over by the crate should suffice. There of all places, but surely we could find some place more scenic. I am not here on vacation. I am here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. The junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector, privacy indeed. Bloody hells, don't worry, I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs. Just roll them into the ocean, Smile. Perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome the respite of the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Though the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgan, Yalto, Nalto, and Lewenhart. 3 of us shall split up, with each keeping a watch. Over. Swirly ribbons. Well, I only have 2 mounts on this character, so it had to be Eden or... I forget what my other one is. It's probably Eden. Ribbon sounds like Eden. Feel a chill wind blowing. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. There's no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire. Methinks the inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on those barren shores is infinitesimal. Yeah, it was totally not driftwood. It's also totally not raining. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly, and as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flintstone in my person. There's no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the inspector's veins, but ice. Cannot fathom a series of events that would lead to such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee, it's flying. What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. God damn it. Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual car. Instead, it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. I think she didn't write much on each page. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It's not the lapis maiden alone that shall come to harm. It's more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is the talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Briarden will meet a fiery demise. Confounding? I should have told him who it was immediately. Catch it. Don't let it fall. Here comes the sneeze. Don't move a muscle. It's totally not rainy and windy out right now. Totally not. Oh, Hildy. You saw through the fiend's ruse. But how? Let's just call the reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ear, but otherwise none the worse for wear. You have my gratitude. Don't worry, he's invincible. Hildibrand Manderville, were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foes reveal himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. Must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Vigilance. Yes, the vigilance is the order of the day. What in the name of the gods? Tell's teeth, those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined. Agent of inquiry, more like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I'll see the entire lot of you rot in jail. But I swear it was the Phantom Thief. It was the Phantom Thief. He did it. He's out to steal your heart. A terrible explosion coming from the beach. Is everyone safe? Fear not. The fiend's attempt on my life was thwarted. Sadly, our food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Nope, there's no reason not to, other than your own forgetfulness. It's no thief, this is a madman. So replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Vegetables that are in particular short supply these days, with the mandragoras at large. Even if I were to place the order, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I've heard of that fell band. How many men or vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it is very closely resembled to the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its color, which is deep purple. Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Lewinhart. The course of action is clear. We need only storm the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers back. But advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of Gerbera proved to be unable to resist them. A formidable foe indeed. Were only there a brave soul in our midst who won't for taking on fearsome enemies with a shred of concern for his own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, yes, I shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a God-sent adventurer. One Sudamol of the Yellow Jacket has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Yes, slurp, slurp. Get all of the stuff. Used to not be able to pull it from non-crafted gear also anyway. Like back in those days in particular, you couldn't pull it from raid gear or anything. Like I got a ton of gear right here that needs to be extracted. He says as he walks away and doesn't do anything. And doesn't extract. If you've come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late. As were we, blast it all. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo to hold on to a shipment of vegetables than the onion turned on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled for his own vessel in sheer terror he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had all set sail without him. The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. It's the thrill of the chase, not invigorating, my friend. The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Aleport. Let us be swiftly on our way. Or I can do this. Random bout with the hiccups. Don't sneak up on me like that. Thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or some odd or something like that. Think I jest to you. You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. My eye. Time I had regained my wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined, ruined. If I never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days, it'll be too soon. Hear most say it, the Mandragoras are a nasty lot, a right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. Let me tell you, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing me fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution! Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. Some muscle-bound fellow with a dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Fucker me, if it ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman inspector. What would make you... could it be the adventurer who bested the thief and duelist in single combat? I am the one that bested them. Fucker me, call me inspector. Tell me, is it true the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. What's going on, Jigga? What? Exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isles of Umbra. Be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go there and uproot them for the harvest comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I've not matched wits with sentient plant life before. Should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra! Excuse me, take me to the damn Isles. Language. Hey, Kite, welcome back for the second month. Appreciate it. Don't mind me, just going through, like, fucking job quests, man. Or fucking hunts. Hunting logs. Oh, man. X square O ... Yeah, if you mean this one, this was the Eden Mount. I should actually go into E12 later. X square music sign double circle X double circle square X double circle triangle music note. Sorry, I'm not big on Mandragora speak. Friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here. Somewhere. He was right. They were down there. Mandragoras, no, I'm just trying to AoE. Stop. Mare. Man, this is a much easier fight here than it is in Final Fantasy XII. Oh, Hildibrand. Sir? Alright, I'll meet you there, Hildy. Best of luck. Quest has no interest in me actually helping you out of there. Where am I going? I was distracted. No, we defeated the cabbage. Saved my hide today. Must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guillermo was very particular about those. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. The wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we return to the case. There must be some clue that yet eludes us. Cool. The peppers have changed color. What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. Striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lewenhart described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate? But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked as Costa del Sol. How curious. I say purple. I meant purplish blue or bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. The charade is up. After the man. So as I suspected all along, the goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu, the fiend, must be brought to justice. Listen, I'm used to it, Asina. Hey, I'll just call the color of the... everyone's just be like, yeah, this is this color mechanic. I'll be like, wow, really? Thank you for letting me know that. It's nice for somebody to inform me. Forward and back. That mood is my life. Ugh. You can run, but you cannot. If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens. No, this is the original one, guys. What do you mean, what time zone? It's just being added to the one that's currently there. There's no time zones for the data centers. That's not how they work. Where am I? Who are you? Playing the fool will avail you not. Suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. I remember, I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella, let's find her... Oh, my head. What's going on, Doctor? You guys better have multiple browsers open with incognito tabs in your phones. It's one of those. Granted, we should have a lot more tickets this year, so maybe it won't be as bad, but I wouldn't take the chance. Tickets won't go on sale probably till like maybe March or April. He proved too strong for me. The imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. Still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely he had time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands at present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Lewenhart back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. Hello, Mandragoras. Ivy, chill. Found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethed with anger. Hello, fake man. It would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. Time is right. Revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? be yourself. That seems to work most of the time. Over to Wineport we go. Oh, Arabella. Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lewin, always the worrier. Your concern is touching, but I'm a woman grown. Besides, I just want to see the flowers. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildibrand, agent of enquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please, call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, milord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? Fear they are, Miss Arabella, but still your gentle heart. For as long as Hildibrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name. The gods smile upon me indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion. And yet, you seem pensive, milady. Tell the truth, the marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Venice. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me his clasp of a betrothal gift. A treasure of my treasure. Wear it always, it said. Do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met. Unconscionable! Father says the marriage must happen. That is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true old Don. If I may be bold, my lady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin as well, though as a servant rather than a son. You may think father a cold and miserly man, but to me he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Venice. That will make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I, as well, must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. Ivy, don't look at me like that. I'm just drinking. I am consuming liquids. The time for our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foes doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. Woohoo! I feel like that was really quick, gaming. Serve to entertain you, and you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair man's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Ellie, with me. I was going to say, it just doesn't feel like it's been 10 days. Then again, I have no concept of days. They all just fly by for me. My life just disintegrates away. Day by day, it moves ever so quickly. Zion, thank you for the 90 months. Happy 90 indeed-a-roo. I thank you. Good morning, misquote. Thank you for the 90 months. Man, I always like the alerts for whenever I do the sponsored things. I'm going to miss it because I only have every plate for like 4 more days. They're pretty good, though. Be cool to get to 50. I might do like a Twitter reminder or something. Definitely mention it in my weekly Q&A this week. Gonna record that after stream. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector here. What do you propose? Good morning, Hammer. You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like, you know, like you always do? Or not, Master Vans? Yes, for the sake of a maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done. The poor sap lacks even the wit to know when he's being insulted. Now to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here, the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying around. Perfect. Slacka, find some suitably ordinary garment, deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Those are some crazy games yesterday, Hammer. That's some crazy games. Well, 4 out of 6 of them were crazy. 2 of them went about as expected. The game went pretty much exactly as I expected. Nah, dude, we all know about C9 turning it around in the second half. They have to lose the first 3. That's just how it is. Has the Lapis Maiden arrived yet? Simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. What is this you have for me? Servant's garb? But why? Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony, Father will be furious, and Lord Vans. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. Cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. When if Father heard you say such things, I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I put your life in danger. But besides, we have not 1 but 2 skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me here. Slacka, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as how he intends to seize to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Let us return to the return before the festivities begin. All right, Hildibrand, show me your pretty face. Here's the dress, sir. Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it. But worry not, I shall take it into safekeeping. With that, I must attend to Master Vance before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Briarden and I have the situation entirely under control. Now find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities. Oh, right here. Give me a beer. I want a beer. I'm supposed to find my man with all these people mulling about. Friends, family, business associates, 'tis an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Bergère Consortium and the East Aldenard Trading Company. Trust that you've been enjoying the food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. Ivy, chill. The Lapis Maiden, if even half the tales of her beauty are true, Venice is the luckiest bastard in the realm. Yalto Nalto, Sanana. Honored guests, it's been a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vance, future chair of the Bergère Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugaremo of the East Aldenard Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows here today, that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the sons a lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing for ages to come. Damn you, Hildibrand, you had one job. Oh, he did the job all right. She's beautiful. Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She is my bride, after all. They say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me. My sun and stars, yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purpose. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. What's going on, fish? Fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Vans, or shall I call you by another name? The thief of many faces. Soon, fish, soon. Me, the thief? Are you mad? Appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well. Allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Gugameru, and her steward, Lewenhart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, you were to have your first glimpse of the bride to be today. Considering in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? Not save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And anyone else with half their wits about them? Dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him in the jail and throw away the key. Arabella, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's a dangerous madman about. The glove. Glove on his right hand. Could it be? Hildibrand was right the entire time. He just wanted the clasp. The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief. Stop wasting your time and with that imbecile and arrest him. Yeah, she didn't even like the necklace. She's glad to be gone of it. You came all this way for me. You love me. You really, really love me. He beat them. So fast. My lords, my ladies, till we meet again. She was like, I'm fine. That's a shark in a barrel. He barely even fits in that barrel. I hear the real Vance was found bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. For what, milady? The banquet was more exciting than I could ever have hoped for. Vance and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage has been called off. But perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy, by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector, who taught me this lesson. For the love of God, someone find him a change of clothes. But the one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge that he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, and in the end, he only took her necklace. Now that you mention it, Master Guglielmo told me the clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the Sun Goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces of the Pergercon's collection, known as Azima's Virtue. The Maiden's Virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. They're both like, where's the card? That Mandragora is dead. Re-inspector, it says, made you look. Fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must be ever on guard. The thief attempted murder once, he may well do so again. Verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Oh, for the advanced GG thing, by the way, the 30% code's not working right now, so the 10% code is the one that's working. Which is just, I think it's Mr. Happy or Mr. Happy 10. Truly, verily, and duly, the Phantom Thief. Most certainly. Hello. Bow, now, now, now. Yeah, oh, I forgot that the parlay minigame was locked behind that. Even though you don't actually play parlay anymore. To the victor goes the priceless treasure. Well, the smile of a champion holds secrets untold. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Manderville triumph over the terrors of the Colosseum? The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom, so be sure not to lose it. Wait, if it's a real key and a figurative one at the same time? Is that even possible? Oh, just toss the goblin. I forgot he does that. Dark Wolf, thanks for the 75 months. Yeah, it's tough. It's a ways away. There's some pretty cheap hotels, but between hotel and flight, then you're left with not much else. 8 armed and dangerous. But thank you for the 75 months. Thank you. What's going on, Deck? How you doing? You doing all right? Yeah, you doing all right. Visited the Coliseum. There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup. Such by none other than M. Gina and Sons Mineral Concern. You doing all right? Yeah, you doing all right. It's no better. You're better off going to Gordon Ramsay Steak King. More worth. Much more worth. I want to go to London and JP Fan Fests. I might try. It's all business deductible. It's just I can't think that far in advance right now. Say that Master Fragus will be furnishing the prizes himself for the personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes. It's only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Fragus, sits on the syndicate, possesses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast, his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skill. He settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others, hence his sponsorship of the tournament. Which buffet? You have to be a lot more specific. It's like 1 billion of them. There's all sorts, and they are very different. The Bechamel. Is that the one with like lobster tail and like it's like $120 or something like that? Don't you have I think you also have to get reservations for that like well in advance. 75, really? It's only 75. See, I like traveling alone. More so, Mel and I travel separately. She is someone who is on time for everything. That means she gets there when she's supposed to be there. I'm a 1 hour early kind of person. So if my plane is at 11 a.m., I get to the airport at 10 a.m. Or I'm sorry, boarding is at 11 a.m., I get to the airport at 10 a.m. For her, if boarding is at 11 a.m., she gets there at 10:59 or 11 a.m. Yeah, I'd imagine they don't do walk-ins that frequently. Although probably more in the last couple of years. My colleague Ganelin is in Ul'dah covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us get something to get our investigation started. Yeah, so I can't travel with her. It drives me crazy. Because she pays for pre-check, and I think she has 2 or 3 different like pre-check style things. Like she has clear and like she has one of each, so she just gets in the one that has the shortest line. Or no line at all. She also tries to fly at times where the airport isn't busy. I need to redo. Oh, no, I already re-upped my TSA pre-check. Never mind. I did that already. I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelin. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? Promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie! It's not the Mithril Star Reporter. I'm going to have a laugh at Ganelin's expense before returning to your pen for the latest front page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Let me tell you this. There's a strange things afoot at the Coliseum. Bugger all. It's a travesty, I tell you. God, I can't stand during severe weather. Hurts my brain and my stomach. What's the matter? And where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The four of you will compete in the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. Just on our way to convey the dire news to Dower Meadow. Mishap, my arse. This was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my subligar. Lower your voice, Hotch. My head hits things enough with your yapping. Hutchin, should not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive me, your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself. In victory and in defeat, the Mantravilles fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back in a fighting fight with my arsing about in bed, ready to chant some mantras. Hutchin, for you I am always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Sagoli. Oh, don't worry. I know well before as well. I can tell before I even get on the plane if it's going to be a bad one. Then it's just a matter of how bad. Consider me the least bit interested. The talk of attacks on competitors, however, of this I would hear more. That's why I try to fly towards the front of the plane, even if it's not first class. This is a really short flight from San Francisco to Vegas, so I'll probably just fly first class. It's only for an hour, so it shouldn't be too expensive. Not to mention that I don't spend money on anything, so a few $100 for a really comfy 1-hour flight, can't go wrong. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in his office with the Coliseum halls. I'll send word to the gateman, Yuyubaya. He owes the Mithril a favor. Damn right he does. Well, the big thing is if there's turbulence on a flight, if you're in the back of the plane, it shakes more. So by being in the front of the plane, you don't usually have to deal with it as much. Madge, daily limits on old shit. Madge. Damn right I'm free to enter. I'm Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing. You know the deal, yes? You must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Oh, I don't give a shit about louder. I just fucking throw on the headphones and watch a movie anyway. Ask away, girl. I'm not gonna lie, the last few first-class flights I flew on before the pandemic, I didn't really feel like it was louder. Craster, thank you for the 23 months. 1 more month and then you're done forever. Thank you. Next Chocobo. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, over the wing is a lot louder than the front. The very, very front. Leashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Briarden. As efficient as ever, I see. A true I also need an aisle seat. So here's the thing. I always have a choice. If I go with the window seat, I can stop whoever's there from opening the window, which actually makes me feel sicker. If I'm in the aisle seat, I'm farther from the window, and I don't have to worry. I don't really care if people have to pass over me to get to the bathroom. I'd rather they have to pass over me than me pass over them. Victor will receive a real treasure from his collection. The Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find out from Karn. The second and third place prize, there's nothing to sneeze at neither. I don't care how many faces he's got. You've got nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Always give me that aisle seat. Besides, the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasure safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I have it all day. Figure I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have you ain't the Mr. Many Faces in another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you have to claim them as any other would. In battle. As a matter of fact, what with the ranks thinned as they are, we actively are recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier. The more lucrative at that. Now where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will you? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? He called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avelia a grand tour. Inspector Hildibrand, look, he's purple. Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, the overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. It's just me, receptionist Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger. He's friendly enough. Word has it he's one of the many bizarre creatures born from the recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge Guild. We're gonna seal him away in the hole in the desert with the others when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Colosseum. And am I glad as ever. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. I know not who you are or where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. And forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. Oh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my lovely little Abby? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, fear we have little recourse. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall do what must be done. Slacka will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Oh. Slacka, you do look like a Happicus. Well, bugger me with a spear. Think I'd see the day when a warrior of light stood in me Colosseum. Hear that? Clink, clink, clink. That's the sound of gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out a true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along too. Show him where to sign up, Ulti. Well, with Slacka, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. I just need to make sure he doesn't come down with some curious injury. That gladiatrix, Avelia was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain. I am already 10 steps ahead of you. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest our first priority is to keep Slacka here safe? Let's return to the Ganelin and see what he can tell us about the mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. Bow, bow, bow. Well, it wasn't so much flat as it was just done. You again. I've already told you. What, you entered the tourney? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you. But in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? I mean, no, they just finished it that quickly. So I've been asking around. It seems that more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instinct tells me this girl is bad news. Don't take it from me, where you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round. Earned himself a right bruising from it. Last I heard, he was resting up at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? I think I will. Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have ye? Well, you're not the first, I say. Is there not a man in this entire realm with the ons of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate that you are today that your guest is Hildibrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me as to how exactly you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my arse. Have you not a wit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout at the top of my lungs and no one else will. That girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade. She's some kind of foul sorcery, if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl is up to no good. If she were so damned easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. Is that another every plate sign-up that just went through? It sure was, thanks to whoever that was. Appreciate it. Don't know if that came from the stream or from one of my links on YouTube or anything, but I'll take it. I will take it. 'Twas you? Nice. Thanks, man. It's so good and it's so affordable. Literally, I just get the big ones and I just stuff it in a giant container. I can get 4 meals for like 20 bucks. Yeah, because it's a subsidiary, but like you could just get, if you get the, like if you want to eat all that, like not everyone wants to eat 4 meals or even 2 shared with somebody else of the same food multiple times a week. It's still like, I feel very compelled. 4 meals for 3. Yeah, exactly. It's 6 dinners. It's perfect. Elmo PTA. Yeah. That was the point. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's super, super good. Especially with the first week and the first 3 weeks being even more discounted. Let us hurry before he slithers back to wherever he came. Ultros! Oh, Ultros. Hello, Ildi. Shh, friend, and look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations. Yes, our friend Alti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks. Yes, this is the most suspicious indeed. What's this? The girl has fled in a panic. Appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag, or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. Oh, Ultros, Uncle Ulti. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Oh, you have made a terrible mistake, sir. Marinara sauce, as he speaks. Sir, that is a terrible mistake you're making, let me tell you. Another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him with lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? But I think he likes them? Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree with the one that you were just talking to, though. Trust me. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Have we suspected him of criminal activity when in truth he was just a gentle soul, luckless in love? Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes, yes. Now perhaps we should return to our investigation. The villa is as suspicious as they say. Perhaps we should follow her around a bit. Dower Meadow back at the Coliseum should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Coliseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they come. Come, Nashu, our investigation calls. It's a great idea. I'm glad I thought of it. Don't think Uncle Ulti's too easy following me, do you? What's the big idea? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come on now, I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Well, kids, hate to ink and run. I don't think he actually hates it. Yeah, he's a Minuteman, Hammer. I'm a busy man. Looking for Avila, you say. She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. Reckon you might still find her there. I'll warn you, though. If you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. Poor bugger Ganelin tried to interview her for an article. Thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions on a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, that might just be the ticket. Raven, thank you for the biddies. I like biddies. Dem biddies. Dem biddies. Yes, the remarkable powers of espionage. No problem. Ultros do be saying some things. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as to not set off the girl's famed temper. What's going on, Ventus? How many times must I tell you? There's no cause for concern. The spoil shall be mine. May as well be writ in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long, but my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Rabban Alden won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter and by the Uldans no longer. With that, I must be off to the Nanawa Mines to meet my sister. It's about something here sight to behold. Introduced that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue. Delicious. Whee! Trying to steal Avila from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see this ends the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu? Heavens, no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're on to me. Preposterous. Could be the musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks. I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me to heave-ho. You gotta be kidding me! Uncle Ulti doesn't like fire. I want calamari. I don't really care if it's purple or not. Also, calamari is squid. Let's lean in a bit closer. I thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. So I sometimes think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what's news of the tourney? I wish you best of luck on the magic bucket. I don't know what that means. Poor little girl in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the Uldan upper crust. Those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of this town. I don't know, Abby. Wealth is well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum with thousands cheering your name, I'm proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. Ah, okay. Yeah, pray the servers don't crash, Smile. Sky, thank you for the 12 months with the Prime sub. Pray there's no DDoS. Terrified to be caught in the moment of tenderness. May the gods smile upon you, sister. And be safe. A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen. For it has little in the way of prospective suspicion. Team Avila is obsessed with victory, runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. Sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Spectre, did you hear what I heard? Look, kids, Uncle Ulti has had it up to here with you. Think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Whee! I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer! Not you, you idiot! No need for concern, friends. I've simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I'm pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall I return to Ul'dah? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long, and the last thing we want after all this is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be that Musclehead dived straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. If you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you kids, you got another thing coming. Oh, he says think coming. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around. Give me a break! His 13.2 model's a little more elaborate, I think. More like the design than anything else. Which is all pretty true to Ultros' just general design. Now I want a Kit Kat bar. Not a big fan of Kit Kats. They taste fine. It's more so the eating of them just does not... It doesn't hit the spot for me. Unless they're like Japanese Kit Kats. I'm super into Japanese Kit Kats. All the like green tea Kit Kats and shit. They got like crazy flavors. I've had like dozens of those. Dozens of different flavors from Japan. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-known inspector's senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. Pretty much everything. This time you're really up a creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to my not-so-little friend from the Colosseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all day. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be the aura of unmitigated murderous rage I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy! I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. What brings you and your friends here to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear. With that, we must return to Ul'dah. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? Fitting second career for a mannerful man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bounded old man is the inspector's father. Remind me to never go to one of their family reunions. Just who is this inspector, anyway? Hildy is a worthy rival, if ever there were one. Who goes there? Hildy, Slacka, I have been waiting for this day. Well, looky who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. Friend of the inspector, mayhaps. I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am in so much of the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this just might be our lucky day. Is that there's no one in this accursed realm who remembers my... Ugh. Call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Slacka's a formidable foe. That sounded like high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. Have such a powerhouse as a sidekick. That inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with these two, but I warn you, you will end up as seafood soup if you face them. With that, I must be off. For reasons I do not entirely understand, I'm considered somewhat of a fugitive in these parts. Slacker, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, it looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventure's too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. A supplying twist of rings, calling the mining of undulating creatures of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Nobody here but us octopodes! Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Muscleheads! I hate them! Never stood a chance. No, don't feel bad. Never feel bad for Ultros. Never even almost feel bad for Ultros. Oh, coffee. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that. I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I'd hoped to uncover more of Miss Villa's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Just making for the Coliseum a little too quick. Much time before the tourney begins. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about the victory or defeat, but fighting for honor. Whichever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I must not, or will not, lower myself to their level. No sympathy for the tentacles. I mean, I'm never gonna move my character. It's where my FC is. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus. But that's all going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Funga! Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us to... Gads, what gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises! I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost. I'm a busy octopus. Funga! Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. There's someone inside your office? No! Whatever gave you that idea? I am simply fumigating the place. For pests! Pests like yourself! No, don't you have a battle to get to? Funga! Spectre, I think something's alive in there. That's just me, talking to myself. Yes, funga, gods. Yes, gods. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work. Say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Slacka, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Funga! No, I'm actually glad he's not voiced. I kind of don't want a voice to go along with Hildy. Especially after all this time with him not having a voice. I don't want him to suddenly have one, and it's just not right. So your investigation bore fruit? I see. Villa seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, the strange octopus appeared considerably worse for wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It's not as preposterous as it sounds. Done some research on our 8-legged friend. It would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldan's taverns and, House of Pleasures. Suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. It's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means I fear your life is in danger, Slacka. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It's a stab in the dark, but the contents may prove some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. You got it, pal. Hey, thank you, Reginodes, for the 57 months. Hold on, I'll start with this one. I mean, Hildy probably gets more animation work than most things in the game, but more would always be nice. Oh, Briarden, I'm on my way. I mean, they're certainly born out of something. Some of the facial expressions we got. Spectacular assortment of innards and entrails. What's this? A sack even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying on. If it can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Singot Sundries. It appears to seem this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership. I love Volley Bomb. It's my favorite. Who doesn't love a good game of Volley Bomb once in a while? Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? Sorry, sir, but I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now, did Ultro send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you send to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? Well, with the most oppressive price and all that, a distinctive aroma. They're only for the most discerning of customers, which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briarden, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away Slacker here. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good God, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the hearts of many an Uldan gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might it be so bold as to ask the recipe? Appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney's about to begin. Let us make back to the Coliseum. No. Absolutely not, Lone. That'll come with time, but has nothing to do with the graphic update. What's going on, Jaden? Hey, no problem. Nice. Yeah, my P3S, my old P3S guides are pretty popular. Pretty good. I liked making those.
I tried these with Alex.
What are they?
These are the Japanese snacks. So these are animal cookies, right?
Okay.
And like you can only tell what they are from the back, because well, this one you can't. You can kind of tell it. There's like an image. Try this one. It's not bad.
Let me just look at it myself first.
It's hard to read. That one's harder to read.
Very hard to read.
Because it doesn't have a face. I think it might be like a plant or something. So that one you can see how kids would like it. But
I actually feel like kids wouldn't like this.
It's good. No, because it's... Oh, shit.
I mean, just wipe it off. I'll eat it. I'll eat it.
This one tastes better. It doesn't seem like it would, but it tastes better.
No, it looks like it would. It looks like it's airier. Yeah, I like this better.
Right?
Much better.
This one's made for kids because of all the animal shapes, and every single animal's different.
Definitely a better one, though.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Much. What's going on, Zokes? Any recommendations? Consistency. Don't worry about DPS until you can actually do everything consistently. How's it going, Zokes? Hit the boss, but just focus on doing it right. Lazy Sunday. It's kind of that way for me, too. It's going to be a busy next couple of months, so... I'm definitely enjoying some of these chiller days, just hanging out with stream, doing some Eureka. Doing just these Hildibrand quests, which I'll make a video on later. Yeah, I've been watching my buddy Slack play Brotato. Seems like a good fix for people who have been waiting on another... Brain, please. Come on. You know. You know, because you're playing it. Waiting on another... Not patch, no. I'm thinking more of the type of game it is. Well, yeah, actually, Vamp Survivors is another game that would fill that same void. But no, both of them, I'm trying to reference back to another game. God, I haven't seen the game that they really remind me of in quite some time. Binding of Isaac, there you go. That's the one. Yeah. People waiting for more Binding of Isaac. Seem like really good alternatives. That don't, they're not like really the same as Binding of Isaac, but they have that same kind of feel. Well, not even just roguelike, specifically Binding of Isaac. Like when I say that, I do specifically mean Binding of Isaac. Yeah, the art style as well really does that. Says suffered last minute injury and none other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. Everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray. Spectators are just pouring in, and bookmakers across the town are raking in the kill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it Master Frygers himself is quite taken with the promotional skills. The future's looking bright for you. For old Dower Meadow it is. So what say ye? Are you ready to get your arses kicked? It sure is, Void. Days? Like, oh, right, yeah, Bleach. Yeah, I'm probably not going to pick up Triangle Strategy again, because I won't finish it again before patch. I got to put a feeler out, because we actually need to fill that DPS spot, because Ella can't do the 18th. Well, it can't do, what's it called on content, so I got to hit up the Radiance Discord. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. Mithril Cup brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at Amangina and Son Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern. Is about to begin. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo, Slack of the famed Warrior of Light, or who's that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Yeah, for speedy Criterion prog. Star Ocean 6 and Stranger of Paradise DLC, Zokes. Coming to Steam in particular, no, Valkyrie Elysium comes to Steam next month. Excuse me. Excuse me. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. And Harvestella as well, yep. And Tactics Ogre Reborn. Gonna want BIS DPS, yeah. I'm specifically looking for people who have done hardcore prog, like week 1 Savage level prog. And BIS. BIS Deeps. It's not about overestimating it. I want a beast mode through it. What level? What do you mean? I mean, all they said was that they just laid out the rules of it. They didn't really say anything else. We just know that it's item level synced to 630. Which, to be fair, is the same as an ultimate would be. But once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting's giving Uncle Alti an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? I mean, the next Criterion Savage is in 640. And I mean, is it 6.4 and 6.5? Raised in a savory sauce just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from. That meddling musclehead! What's taking him so damned long? Girl's gaze gives it away. Open the gate at once! Funga. Well, Ultimate doesn't have a max item level until a patch later. What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is your stomach, I hear, rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ulti. Just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Funga! Villa's vaunted Tempest Blade was nothing more than this monster. Don't look at me. It was her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle. You know, for my work and all. Come on, Dower. Has Uncle Ulti ever lied to you? I knew there was some fishy about that Alamegan whore. Alamegans, beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give them a home in our land, and this is what we get. Send her to Garlemald for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted my sister. Feel for the girl. Really, my little octopus heart goes out to her, but the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Ulti may be so bold, I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the three remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Slacka. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light? That's what we want to see. All Tros. All Tros. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events, but who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatali. The fighters, the tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm has settled? Be there or miss a battle of the ages. Hi, Hildy. So to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, to be positioned so as to appear for coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecile scheme I've ever encountered in my years of a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now. Let us make for Halatali. Halatali! I can't wait to go to Halatali. Whee! Oh, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnat's arse. And I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds, eh? That should indeed even the odds. Or odd the evens, potentially. Too bad I don't need any friends. Goodbye. As much as I love that theme, I can listen to it whenever I want. I don't need the minion. I'm good, minion. I don't need you. Good show. Yes, very good show. C&D? C&D Ultimate? C&D's Nuts Ultimate? I think I'm going to take this to the Gladiators Guild. That's the Coliseum. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Should be a very fun time. Behold, from the personal vaults of Mr. FFXIV himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer. Above you. Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on overlong, but worry not. The main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats, but I can assure you my performance will not leave you disappointed. I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name. I think not, Hildibrand. Greg, it is a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. Slacker, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my weapon. Did you not mean your skewer? My spear! Vile thief! Is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once! Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. Appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure I had a tissue here somewhere. Funga! Alas and alack, the ring sails straight towards the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man. The greatest thing you've ever feared. But of course, brilliant father. If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Dalamud. Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian, Manderville. Skyward as only a Manderville can. Father, you know not your own strength. 900,000, 997, 9,998, 9,999, 1,000. Ah! Very, very smooth landing. These legs, they look strangely familiar. Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue the results? Say for one thing, this ring is a fake. But no matter, I have a feeling that this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have a most attentive audience. Bloody hells. Guard, seize the fiend at once. Aww. Good distraction, though. Hello, Edelweiss. Second prize, the Ring of Inquiry. It's gone. Second prize? What is the meaning of this? Many face fiend or no, the man spoke true. A master's goldsmith eyes cannot be deceived. The sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It's just the dim lighting. Yes, if you'll just step up there. Hi, Ivy. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Ivy. Sold out my honor. Join forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool. Whatever have I been thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Helgalina, nothing more. I suppose I was at that, huh? How do you know my sister's name? I assure you, young miss, under no circumstance that I tell you to none of all minds that eavesdrops on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I was truly fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shrink from the challenge. Ow, Ivy, too much. Too much. What's with you this morning? He had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly, the second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? Must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen. Pattern that betrays his true intentions. Well, there's no voices at this part, so it's not going to be too crazy. If that is so, the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Belladaian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards that will appear at the scene just to tell us just as much. Wait for the card. Wait for it. Hi, Ivy. Funga. Edelweiss, thanks for the 3 months. Welcome back. Hello, hello. And pop. Oh, Hildibrand. Ivy, chill. All good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures. So this is the thief's final challenge. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Like you don't know, Ellie. Where the 4 treasures of Beldai have become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that, and yet it seems the Phantom believes there's some sort of truth to these words. 4 sacred relics from Beldai. The Warden's justice? Lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Ivy, chill. Consider his targets thus far. An Uldan collector and a hired thugs, trading mogul in the brass blades, and now a mining magnate in the stone torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Uldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than the victim? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Then it would be to his downfall. For the greater challenge, the higher I rise. One moment, if you will. Bam, now, now, bam, 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 bam. Inspector Extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. Methinks Godbert may need a pair of spectacles. I know exactly who it was, Godbert. Hey, Ivy. Come here. Relax. Hey. Hey, relax. Hey. Relax. Relax, Ivy. Too much energy. Too much energy, Ivy. There you go. Too much energy. Too much. Ow. Your paws. Too much. Go and relax. She's so full of energy. Ba-bam, ba-bam, bam. She sure did. key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually look like? I have. And how did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well, see you next time. See you in a few minutes, more like Nashu. We haven't made any plans for the day. This is my plan for the day. Our good friend, the Phantom Thief, well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. Rumors should be believed. He's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Aldan society. Mr. Manyfaces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye's been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub that's left to me is that there's no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we? Hidden treasure of Volda, was it? There's no one who can shed some light on this. It's you-know-who. To the Sunsilk Tapestries. Yes, Ventus? So Nashu was, I know that before 1.0, Nashu was 13. When she met Hildibrand, she was 13. Now she's 21, I think. Because I think she was 16 in 1.0. Yeah, I think she was like a young barsmaid or something before she met Hildibrand. Hello, Wymond. Much as I'd like to help you two of my best mates, I'm afraid you found old Wyman at a loss. Volda has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. This is Monk. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's gotten his eyes on, it's got the Sultan's sword and a right dither. Word has it they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. Sultan's sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. I'd say we pay a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally a worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourself involved in this. Man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I'm ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is more than about selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Slacka, time is of the essence. Hello, Humphrey. Only authorized personnel are allowed. It's fucking me with a broadsword. It's the gentleman of light's adventure and companion, that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light, tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan's sworn recruiter to land yourself in this position? Only a 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me to the depths of my soul. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, so they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in his investigation, haven't you? Cor, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mate who united me with my role model. He'll be wanting to speak to Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best and something of a history buff, it seemed. When she heard that the thief was targeting 4 relics of Belladaya, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I trust you not to touch anything, aye? Pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. If I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion here the one Slackahapicus, yes? You know Slacka? Everybody knows me. As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also be welcome a helping hand. Hello, sir. Hi, Ivy. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldah's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with. Inspector Briarden, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Slacka, a moment if you would. Right there. Very good. Inspector, what's in your... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you would appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be that simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resource of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uldah, the last of the 4 relics of Belladaya. I fear not. I poured through the histories time again. They only mentions these 4 relics in vague reference to an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed of these 4 Belladian heroes. Makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times have we tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play into the fiend's strengths. There's its stratagems. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word. There are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. Be most grateful for your assistance, any assistance you could offer. A lady asks and a gentleman answers. Cast all worries from your heart, my lady. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set what is right and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the Damascene dust, the talk of the place. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame that. Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. Share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles, can identify no common threads connecting the 3. This will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel, gutted with a great sword, strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murder plots the death of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. See this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed. Friends, please take this demasking dusk with you. If you can spare but a single satchel, but I trust you will put it to good use. Ivy, chill. Why can't you chill? Hey, chill. Chill. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all of his admirers. Shall henceforth name you thusly, Slacka, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from 80 Sins of Sasimo. Even more circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. Must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Very good use. And off to the 80 Sins of Sasimo that we have. Not 1, not 2, but all 80 of them. Never get tired of getting on this mount. Ah, 50. 50%. Warring Triad would be the other one. Phantom Killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. What do you think you're doing? Hey, hey. I'm the one who put those flowers there. To honor the memory of me poor boy, he dared to file his memory. Eh, eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean one thing. Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run, run far away. Run or he'll turn you into a zombie just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. You not heard the horrors of Sildi, old sibling nation against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of far greater horrors than death, an unholy draught brewed by the Sildian alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. You won't hear from the Sultan Sworn. That Athal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay my last respects. The traitor's spurn. I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to produce such a frightening thing. Who are we dealing with? A Sildian, I'm sure of it. Only a Sildian would know the recipe. The last remnant of Sildi died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma. All about the 4 relics of Belladai and the powers they hold. The powers to exact justice. Spectre of Sildi has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all. The 4 warriors of light forsaken us. My dear boy, if only you'd been a traitor like your father. If only you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much as breathed the accursed name of Sildi. But you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed. She's crazy. anything. I'm still waiting on Hildibrand Ultimate. Just Gilgamesh and Ultros a billion times over. This potent hair tonic the realm has seen. That was it for all a fortnight. For my flowing locks fall out all over again. Just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass in the quicksand, just to twist the knife and extra illum. Mountbark, charlatan, I find that so-called inspector and his sorry band to pull out every last strand of hair, their bleeding skulls. The dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand, agent of Encree, Inspector Extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and the dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. Such our course of action is clear. Is placate his tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the Spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin the search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there could contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildee might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. Count on me, Inspector Briarden. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned from the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Yeah, I just, after DSR, I'm just sitting here like, please be not like DSR. Can only do that once in a while. Once in a hot minute. The Traitor's Spurn. The worst thing about Kugane Ohashi is the tank's not separating the bosses. Easily the worst part. Or swiping everyone with the tank buster, yes. They just turn and face it towards people for whatever fucking reason. Kokobuki. Been a hot minute, Kokobuki. No, we're done with the Tower of Babel. I mean, not to say there couldn't be more in there, but like that's all done. And I don't know what you mean by Anima's world. There's no world. He was a primal. I think this one might be just outside. I am the one who saved you back in the ruins. Well, that's because there hasn't been a trial series. Like, it literally went from A Realm Reborn to Heaven's Ward, and there's no trial series in A Realm Reborn. So there was never an inspiration to take from. But there is now. The guy who made Uwu said that if he ever developed another one, he'd want it to be the Warring Triad. That was his own personal wish. Well, we don't know if he's the one making it. That we don't know who's developing this one. We have no idea who's working on this one. All we know is Ozma made DSR. What have you learned from questioning the scholars in these halls? Yeah, Ozma's not the one who did Uwu. Please, like Ozma would ever let something as easy as Uwu release. Daunted by Uldan's superior military might, Sildi employed their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends. Phantom Thief is a... Bro, I can't even trust people to fucking equalize the scales. I can't trust anyone for anything. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildi. Scarce garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. The Sildian connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Belladine relics our thief clearly possesses. What of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could they share? Few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past few days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightening air about him. My keen investigator senses ring out to say the voice is loud and clear. The man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find them? Better fucking not, Ventus. Sources identified the man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Be really weird if we just go a patch without an ultimate. That would be really unfortunate. Bet people would be upset about that. Got business? Make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, my good sir. My name's Ellie, a reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing. You know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got time or patience for this mummery. You'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Oh no. Hello, Lady Durelda. Brings you to these environs this evening. Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Bryden, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guguria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Dorilda, what about... Ah yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Eshtame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? Say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. Yes, even the stupid one. Helps me regain something truly priceless. They yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. You're welcome, Lady Dorilda. You're welcome. Alright, alright. I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me. Got it? I was looking into the killer on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. Trader Spurn, was it? His cards speak of 5 victims. Got me thinking. Sildi, 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth. I'm not familiar with the name. Few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folks like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, what sort of knowledge might that be? Those balls don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Tell us one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find them? Hobbs. His name's Hobbs. When he heard what I said, he told me he was gonna set sail to Limsa with his 5 best sellswords. Said there was many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. Minham might be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now don't ask me how that all works, but... To hear the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek this out this Hobb fellow and see if he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger, even as we speak. Bam, 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 bam. I can just fly. They can be deadly. They're not always deadly. Oh, hello. Went a little too far over. We always save Eorzea. Literally all day, every day. Mr. Hobb, is everything quite all right? No, stand back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. So saving the man slacker, do what you must. My first-hand knowledge of zombies tell me this particular shade of green is unmistakably of the undead. It would seem we were a few moments late to the scene. A message. And then there was one. Damn right, William. There it is again. Something the matter, Inspector? Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had a fleeting sense. A sense that someone or something is watching us. Thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may lead to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after... I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector! Inspector! I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper. Bam. Miss Ellie, something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe and promise me you will not attempt anything rash. You did that one time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life? Oh, at Casa del Sol. Yeah, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. Secret vow. Consider my interest piqued. Good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. He's feeling some kind of way. It's unfortunate we're going to have to break his heart soon, but you know. Had to happen, I suppose. The arbiters of truth. No, it cannot be. Somebody help! That didn't take long. Voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Man, thought only to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only... Bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Remind me not to get on your bad side. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces. Think we would find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious seductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, declare this case closed. I return this satchel to you, Miss Phyllis. While the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking the case. Is there anything else of immense value you'd like to wantonly destroy? What is the meaning of this? A double disguise planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This one, Gyugyu, is one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. The Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks, Miss Ellie could not bear the face of responsibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus she hatched a plan to... He actually figured out who it was. My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper. It's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? Just as we were about to make our triumphant return. Isn't that right, Enkidu? Miss Ellie, Miss Ellie. That shadow you said you saw? I think I just saw a dormouse. The think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. Not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Not Nashu. Anyone but Nashu. You know what? Knowing these characters, that would probably be my call too. Ventus. My ever-loyal associate. We must find Miss Elliot quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companion, she could be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Miss Phyllis, I thought you had already departed the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct this search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiter of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than Hildibrand Me. Mind you, it's not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer of the Sultansorn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing about their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were victims all along. Cannot put any more lives in danger. Sequester myself in a place where my presence will cause no harm until such a time that the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And a gentleman. That is exactly what I do. My associate here stands by your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here. You're not the real one. There you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see. She kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. It's like let us split up and canvass our surroundings. You got it, boss. Oh, Julian, where are you? Be wary and be warned. No. Trust no one and your friends all the less. A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. This will all avail you well. Use it wisely. Okay. Isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Slacka, is in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed as I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap the same for you? So your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite an unexpected turn. Now you come across a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend, or this is but another trap laid by the fiend. The plot thickens. In either event, I dare say the circumstance call for the utmost caution. Thief could be anywhere, or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replace the physique of the Manderville man. Fair. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Or anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. Senator speaks true. The villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet, we have but a single satchel of demasking dust at our disposal. Must identify the impostor beyond a reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Slacka. What say you have a few words with each of them, see if aught seems amiss. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? Sooner die than become one of those things. Selly is a phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion. Yet I cannot help but feel some other truth still evades us. Inspector Riordan told me about it. Who'd have thought Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. I know who it is. Let me tell him. No, I know who it is. Time is of the essence. Wherever could she have gone? Wherever indeed, Hildibrand. Father, what brings you here? Finally, the pieces are coming together. If you would so kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. I sure hope you are not doubting me. Quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. Thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. Hello, Max. Good morning. I should be reporting back within a bell's time. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into a reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. Fear that there's more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay on the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Slacka. Nashu and I, in particular, have a close and extended relationship with our suspect. Shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever. Of all the times that it's overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If you ask me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times that if we share a mind, if this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville. Man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Corthus to Thanalan, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. Perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. It's not. Never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty cretinous soul. Oh, cover blown. Genius Inspector? You know what to do. The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. A little bit. Burp, burp. Seven hells, done in by muscle-bound Muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, yet that's her sister. Consulting Inspector Briarden, once again you have failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. You didn't have to admit that. You understand that being a criminal doesn't mean you have to rat on yourself. As you all quite remember, why you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are of the last living scions of Sildian aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. You know, the thief that stole four times stole the show. Oh, those priceless relics. It was me. Meanwhile, Ellie had hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of the people. We owe you a lot, truly. Why, without the tales of hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci from... Ceci, what about Miss Sussy? No, that's not her name. Okay. Justice. 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. Long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds shall be put to rest. History say that it was Sildi that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of the dreadful powder, wielded it as a weapon they use against our proud ancestors. History of our glorious nation is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness. Truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. It's the truth that the histories don't tell. Truth that this doe-eyed Sultan Sworn would kill to keep buried deep beneath the sands of Thanalin. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors had to deal with. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. Masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging battle against the power and authority. If only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of final survivors stole a vast quantity of powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, she doesn't need to be telling us any of this. If she doesn't tell us any of this, then we might take our time and you might actually pull it off. Even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren that you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No, wait, you'll all be dead. Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon your last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Ceci. He's already been a zombie before. Hildibrand. You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville? Can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. Donk! I knew it! That present watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. The all-powerful Julian. Am I to understand that you are Hildibrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Slacka. The time of our final battle is now. You have popatos for brains, you overstuffed buffoon. Beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you hadn't bloody noticed. You slacker or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-arse husband. Look what that got me. Hello, green cock. Listen, you don't mess with Julian. She doesn't fuck around. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and look at him, he's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. Ingredients are simple. A tattered of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Sir God at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Jest. Now hurry. Once the poison spreads through his veins, there's no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that smarts. Egads, Hildy, you're not looking too hard at yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Slacka here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. St. God Sentries, was it? Come now, Slacka. There's work to be done. Yep, Greg. You really shouldn't try to come up with answers to anything that happens here. It's much, much better off if you just don't. Much improved life situation. So ragged, you say? Fear of only a single tather left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. Good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, is at risk. Man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Ah, you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Look what we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet in the markets. Happens I've just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Slacka here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. That's not true, Lord. This one is explicitly stated to not be the same as the ones from the other games. It is true in almost every case, but this happens to be one case where it's not. 15, I think, was also confirmed to not be the same Gilgamesh. I think they wrote him into a secluded corner. Our task here is done. Let us find this traitor named Jest. So there's one, maybe two cases. Strangers of Paradise is certainly the same one. That's incredibly evident. Almost all of his appearances are the same one. But there's a few cases where he's just written into the world that he's from. I'm fairly certain 14, 15. Yeah, probably Type 0. Type 0, I don't know. I think I remember him being written in as like a Lassie or something. Blundering Manderville boy's on his last legs and needed something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be happier and wealthier of a man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no? After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance? What a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh, what say you bid farewell to the preening fops and scruffy adventurers, share a dance with the cultured gentleman befitting of your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Slacka with a bottle of twice distilled water he seeks. You know this man? Bah, if that's the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gill anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Slacka, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. This was down by the... Here it is. Gladiators Guild. Wait, no, it's up here. Or down here, I suppose. No, up here. I forgot which one's the actual closest. Oh. Oh, it was over in the corner. God damn it. That's fine. I was already fairly close to it. Alright, I'm here to save your son. Trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Bloody brilliant. I take over the muscle-headed half-wit with a husband any day. Now stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Val, you bloody bugger. Guide my salve. Aye, that should stop it spread. That's just up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering, obviously, in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did, Slacka. Word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildine ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you standing around for? Future Volda is at stake. Slacka, my strength is yours as well. For Volda and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of our husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is here to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not a... Yes, milady. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Slacka. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Slacka and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed by such a veritable legion of friends. But alas, not I. Only one true friend have I ever known. And I long to see them again. You're a fine bird. You've given me more than great comfort in my travels. But you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend. Were you here with me, even Slacka would not stand a chance against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? I think we have all these fire crystals. Nearly blinded me. The crystals, where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion, why must you always make me wait so? Hello, Enkidu. Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around the Sildian excavation site with her mindset on turning Ul'dah to a land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching. But you don't you worry. Mommy dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. You got it. It's almost time. It's after this cutscene. This cutscene, and then I have to go over to Amdapor. Managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses so much as to answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her. The crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with traitor spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. No, he's a gentleman of light. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Slacka. Surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it's you. Ellie! 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 I need more coffee. I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now and I will see no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune. Nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the Uldan dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness! I'm sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. No, there's not. There's actually not. It's morphin' time. All in a day's work for a Manderville man. And now, it's hammer time! Effective. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only the Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. And he's as good as 6 foams under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. Afraid you underestimate me as well. A mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of traitor's spurn. I fear the good Inspector's luck has finally run out. Those balls. Is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Slacka. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. You stand no chance. Little did she know, Hildibrand has a relationship with these zombies. I like how they brought Elazar with him as well, again. Darkness falls and hope fades to despair. 4 warriors born of light shall descend in righteous glare, bugging me with the broadsword on my eyes to be believed. These are not 4 warriors of light, I see. They're 4 gentlemen of light. Stop blinking. Just so, my good man. Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? We meet again, girl. Tell me you've got that Snorble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks as I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Mr. Elazar, Corey looking absolutely resplendent today. Possible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord has spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity? I'm just going to pretend that made any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. Hello, Alex. Yeah, I'm having a good one. It's over. It's all over, Inspector Briarden. Said there was something you would tell me when this was all through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I found someone with whom I never intend to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? What's going on, Plaid?
It's huge!
Damn right it is. What is? I'm glad you enjoyed it, Naga. Watching it on the Yub Tubs. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions that cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Ul'dah was built on lies. Seeing what I've seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but know this. I will do everything in my powers to bring the truth to the fore. Three hours is long enough, let me tell you. Ahem. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing cloak and dagger, I require Slacka's presence for a matter of far greater importance. The time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? But mayhaps this will have you singing a happier tune. The treaty blade. The true one at that. None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who could defeat me in single combat. But I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Let's be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent. Abomination? I'll think you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. 'Twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking about how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash of light from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there he was. My gods, it makes perfect sense. Dallas the Crystal hears Greg's heartful pleas, summon forth his friend. Nay, no more friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bounded by the laws of logic. No, that one makes sense in this world, Briarden. That one checks out. You may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove an easy task. Just you will not shirk from the challenge. Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor. 'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue than for our climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu. We fly. Two against one. That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, slacker. This is a grave development. Think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. I am a Scion. The fuck? Oh, but of course, I nearly forgotten we had the Warrior of Light in our very midst. Please, Slacker, you are the only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Yeah, small amount of crystals, small primal. Makes sense. Checks out. He is a threat to the star, and I will deal with him. Yes. They will be dealt with swiftly. He says as he flies around on his Eden mount. Ahem, is that you, Slacker? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I'll be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead. Together we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave. Ah, yes. Just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. No, he's the threat. This Eden is my friend. That is, oh, well, yeah, just a dog. In 12, yeah. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable. Unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! Fight on, Enkidu, my other faithful. Hmm? Yeah, he's dead. Me, run away? I was but seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my victory. Enough exposition. Now we fight like men. And ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it's transmogrifying time. Give me the thumbs up. I just like seeing the cutscene. The mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you. By which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Yeah, you're going to be dead in a second, but it was a good show. I'll get no quarters. What about $1? Boop. To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. The Treaty Blade too I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. I don't need the minion. Not! Ha! I lied. Again. Like a rug. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and naught save the strongest of swords will sate me. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent. But I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. I'm telling you, it's gonna be him. He's gonna be the Manderville weapon, big main NPC. I claim it as mine own, till we meet again. Listen, we're either making weapons for Gilgamesh, or we're gonna forge the strongest of swords, and then he's gonna challenge us to take it at the end of the Relic series. One of these two things is happening. Battle's already been won. It's triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have been for naught. What's this, you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of Encre and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Everywhere. Literally, the whole, everything around us. What news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope the Inspector Hildibrand enjoys a similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship. At once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasure of lost Sildi. I think they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke that the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, so the legend goes. What I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring cast open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers the verdict true. Azima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legend differs as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends, Hildibrand, agent of Encre, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hand, none other than the treaty blade. The real one this time, I swear unto you. Just like that. I swear unto you. And then... my word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildibrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It seems the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. The light. Someone stop it. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Skyward ho! Well, I dare say that proved to be the most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector! Oh, Inspector, wait for me! First you almost die of your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere. Here's the case of the Wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, says many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sildian incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. Ba-na-now-now, ba-na-now-now. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Ba-na-now-now, ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. No, I never had the blacks. Well, I don't use Steam, so I have no idea about that. A gentleman to the end. A bloody bastard. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye. Curious scent wafting in the wind of a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not, my friends. Wherever the wronged want is succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. Till we meet again! My boy. My boy. Mm-mm-mm. Fucking Elazar. Will return? ... question mark. Oh, look, the Coblin's even moonwalking. The Coblin's also fucking dead. Oh no, he's alive. He's just waving goodbye. That's all, folks. A new chapter in New Game Plus has been unlocked. Thanks. Alright, let's see. I think it's in Ishgard itself. The Coblin will also return, yes. All of it will return. Yeah, dude, Hildibrand don't mess around. Oh, well, I'm here. The Jeweled Crozier. There we go. Much better. Much, much better. Yep, jeweled crozier. Why do the pose? Why delay any further when I can just go and continue? A gentleman falls rather than flies. Hi, Nashu. Well, I'll be slack in the flesh. Pleasure to meet you again. That's what they call serendipity. It is, isn't it? That settles it. You've got to help me find the inspector. Core, I was hoping you would silently agree. So I've been trying to calculate the trajectory the inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky. Triple-checked the figures and concluded that he must have landed somewhere here in Ishgard. Fortunately, the investigation hasn't been proceeding as smoothly as I had hoped. But now that you're here, we're sure to make some progress. Let's speak with the merchants and see if anything hasn't had dealings with the gentlemanly Highlander. Marvelous! Gentlemanly Highlander, you say? My apologies, but I cannot say I've had dealings with the man you describe. You looking for someone? A gentlemanly Highlander? I know not this man of whom you speak, but mayhap Mistress Elise does. She's well acquainted with rather a lot of merchants and noblemen. Well, my fair share of goods the Highlander adventurers, aye, but I'm not described by such clients as particularly gentlemanly, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm innocent. Hello, Elise. As ever, a warm welcome to you, sir. How may I be of service? A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? Now I think of it, I have heard tell of a foreigner who may be the person of whom you speak. Begging your pardon, miss, did you say you know Inspector Hildibrand? An acquaintance of yours, I presume. I do not know his name, only that he is here by invitation of Lord Edmont, or so it is rumored. Surely as a ward of House Fortampa would be a trifling matter to go and ask him after the manor. Oh, I knew it was serendipity. To Fortamp Manor. Oh, Edmont. Delicious. Most well, Master Hapicus. Do you require assistance? As you say, at the time Lord Edmond is entertaining a foreign guest. Huzzah! We found the inspector! If I'm not mistaken, their meeting should be ending shortly. If you'd like, you may retire to the gazebo and wait for our guests to depart. Gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? Then again, you seem like the responsible sort. Not like to let a wild gazebo run amok. Very well, we shall wait. Them wild gazebos. If it wakes up, I'll have you protect me. Them damn wild gazebos. Morn. Well, imagine how arduous your journey must have been. Truth be told, I found the brisk earthen air to be rather invigorating. Stimulates the body and mind both, a welcome benefit when one must discuss the matters of commerce. Dare say we would not have accomplished so much otherwise. There you are, Inspector. Been looking all over for you. Nope, wrong Manderville. 2 of my beloved son's faithful companions. Lord Godbert, but I thought... Hildy in Ishgard. That's the first I've heard of it. I found you at last, heretic. Oh, this fucking guy again. This fucking guy. Yes, you, the hulking brute with the mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen heresy is plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon. This man is an Uldan merchant here at the behest of House Fortom. Such baseless accusations will not be tolerated. A guest of House Fortom, then he couldn't possibly be... Those 2 wards are acquitted, changes, trial by combat. He demands the right to, then I would personally have... Oh, dear. A thousand apologies, good sir. I spoke out of turn. I am sir, and as you might have guessed, I am an inquisitor who has been charged with investigating reports of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual. A heretic, you say? One who bears a passing resemblance to me. A man rather muscular, wearing dark garments and acquitting himself a somewhat gentlemanly fashion, as some might say. This heretic sounds like a spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand. Could he be a fan? Say again? You are acquainted with such a man? I see. The man you are looking for is Lord Godbert's son? It seemed that our investigation may be connected, so I put you to a proposal. The first reported sighting of the heretic I am tracking came from Falcon's Nest. Mayhap we should journey there together. It is, after all, possible we are seeking the selfsame individual. If so, and if he is innocent, it would be the best if you were present when I apprehend him, that we might resolve this matter without incident. I say we go with him, slacker. This looks to be our best lead yet. Then I shall accompany you at all. It has been far too long since I've laid eyes on my beloved son. If there's a chance we might be reunited, I should be glad to seize it. Then it is settled. We shall leave for Falcon's Nest at once. I bid you adieu, good sir. Oh, Hildy, oh, Hildy. Hildy, you're gonna be a father soon. I'm so excited. Julian, less excited. Much less excited. Significantly less excited. Master Happicus, are these your traveling companions? Mysterious muscular vagabond. Yes, a patrol sighted him lurking near dusk vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveler, they called out to him. But rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you bothered to come all the way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report. Aha! The unmistakable scent of heresy! Huh? Terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know. I will not rush to judgment as before. Still, as much as I hope you find your missing inspector, I must confess some desire that we instead unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late, there have been virtually no confirmed instances of his heretical misdeeds. Maybe that's because there's no heresy. Fucking idiot. I'll find and bring a heretic to justice and prove that our order still has value in these uncertain times. No, you won't. Whether or not you like this vagabond was a heretic remained to be seen. If you set upon your course, you must begin your search at dusk vigil. No, I don't really care. I keep on top of everything pretty well. And Hildibrand, if you skip all the cutscenes, is barely a couple of hours. The worst part is definitely Stormblood with Kugane Ohashi. You can't do that alone. Yeah, in Heavensward, all they were technically linked to was the Zodiac quest, and it was only... Well, you wasn't really linked so much as you could skip a step with the Zodiac weapon. I mean, it's an easy trial, but you can unsync the first two in literally 4 seconds. And since you can't solo Kugane Ohashi, if you're someone who doesn't have any friends, you either have to sit in the queue or shout or PF or something. You just need a couple of people. You don't need a lot. 3 or 4 makes it really easy. They don't need to incentivize people to do variant dungeons. They'll be fine on that front, trust me. Yeah, I don't really care when they link it to anything. I'd rather do Hildibrand than have it locked behind 3 24-man raids again, because that took people quite a while. Not to mention people don't perform very well in those particular 24-mans. Fury, take me. It's freezing. It's a waste of time. No living thing could survive in this god's forsaken wasteland. Over there. Look, something's coming from the vigil. Inspector! Inspector, is that you? It's the zombie friend. Live and breathe. Of all the places to be reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots. How fare you this fine evening? A heretic raised from the dead by his brother's unholy magic. He's not a heretic. He's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from Ul'dah, good sir? Well, as you know, Freya's a rather lonely existence. So when we heard rumors of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as an emissary to set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught. Truly, every last one dead. Say, irrevocably dead. If it was necessary, then so be it. So after coming all this way, it is more than a little disappointing, you understand. Then my calculations were wrong. The inspector didn't land in Kurthus? Ugh. No, don't fret so. If it is our overlord you seek, then you are in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Deadmen, our fates and our ether are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can feel it calling to me now. Truly, good sir, you can guide us to the inspector? As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to fresh brains. Follow me, my friends. Yeah, that's his winter wear. That's why he has the little jacket on. Surely zombification would qualify as heresy, yes? Bow, 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 bow. I mean, I don't think they'll be that grindy, to be honest. I think the first step is literally just going to be tomes. just like the first step and the resistance weapon. They said the first step would be less grindy anyway. Beggar's belief. Must regain control of the situation. With me, Slacker. Heresy! Dude, his brain was fried before we even met him. That desperation in the air. I don't really care. I just always look for things to do. I like exploration zones and I like the old school way. For me, it's easier to get it done in the exploration zones. I mean, that's why I did every Shadowbringer's relic. It was super easy. Mr. Zombiebrand is indeed nearby, but there's also something else. Mayhap a powerful magic confounding my senses and guide you no further. We must split up and search the area. What's going on, Zoras? Hello? Pray see to the lady's protection. Inquisitor, sir, would you care to take the lead? Zodiaca was fine. Other than books. Books is the only thing I didn't like. And honestly, books nowadays wouldn't be as bad. It was really a product of the times. I mean, we didn't have Unsynced. We didn't have Crossworld. We didn't have a Party Finder or a Crossworld Party Finder. Like, there was nothing you could do but sit in the queue for the dungeons. Yeah, but Fate spawns we know how to manipulate now. We didn't know back then. The taken respawns didn't have to take so long back in the day, but we didn't know that. Surrounded by giant, fluffy, man-shaped gazebos. Nay, my lady, those are not gazebos. Note their regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos. Fearsome yet fastidious foes who would surely tear me rotting limb from rotting limb. Only Slacker can save Master Zombiebrand now. Yeah, well, all fates have a set reset timer, but back in A Realm Reborn, there was another layer to them. And there still is that layer today. Event-based fates cannot be up at the same time. So if there's a fate that belongs to like a tribal daily or one of the relic quests or something, then no other one of them can be up. And so just killing those speeds up the spawns of the rest of them. Yeah, they would probably just do gemstones nowadays, to be honest, instead of specific fates. Gotta get you out of there before you catch a cold. Oh, Godbert. That won't do. You're just gonna give him groin pains. Up, and at him. Everyone is waiting for you. If I pull any harder, my arms are likely to tear. It's the heretic. Confound it. Inspector Hildibrand is not a heretic. He's probably not dead either. He's just hibernating, like last time. Hildy was ever a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had ways of waking him up. He had to transform. Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville, you get up right this instant. I like that it's implied that they had to do this to him as a child to wake him up. And by implied, I mean they outright stated it, but still. My point remains. Now he's even further in the snow. But he's awake. Was it the Manderville Meteor Strike or the Manderville Meteor Drive? Bah, maybe Julian was right. Trying to name everything only leads to needless confusion. One more time, then. Out you go. Hey, Gigi. Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert. Where am I? The snowy wastelands of Kurthus? And who are these people I see before me? But of course, who else would venture into inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber sweet but my beloved fans? Why do I feel as though I've stepped through a portal into an alternate reality unbound by the laws of logic? You just look at him like you have no idea. What is that? A mammoth? Where did it come from? Oh, that. When my father drove me into the earth, I found it buried beneath the snow. Hello, Gigi. Not the firm, muscular legs. Now you mention it, I suppose his features are rather masculine. You two cannot possibly be serious. I am the very soul of seriousness, good sir, especially in matters of deduction. So undoubtedly a young boy who, much like myself, fell into a deep slumber upon being buried beneath the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him and ascertain his identity. There's a scene coming up that I've been waiting to... Thank you, Godbert. Nightmarish images. A first-person view of Godbert beating your fucking face in with a hammer. What is this place? Who am I? I know you know exactly what scene I'm referring to. It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministration served to restore this young boy to life, they also robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can't I remember? Do not worry, young man. Everything will be all right. Take it from me. I've lost my memory more times than I can remember. Then you can help me to remember. Hearken to me now, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesiac... Whatever he said the last word was. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll go get started on a batch of Nashu's delights. Effective as your explosives were in the past, I suspect young Gigi lacks the hardy constitution to survive such an approach. Gigi? Is that my name? When you woke, you were muttering Gigi. I suspect the phrase may have some significance to you, so until such a time as you learn your real name, I say why not adopt it as a playful moniker? But that just sounds all mammoths make. Kanamba still goes and names a mammoth Gigi anyway. Gigi, I like this name. Thank you, kind sir. But how will my new name help me to remember who I am? Patience, Gigi. It's only the beginning. Next we will return to the city and see if we cannot find any who know who you are. Come along. Now that I know our overlord is safe and sound, I too must take my leave and return to my brothers. Dare say rigor mortis will set in if I remain here any longer. I get it, because he's dead. Bound for Thanolin. Then allow me to accompany you. Julian will give me no end to trouble if I keep her waiting much longer. Though perhaps she will forgive me once I tell her of Hildy's return. This is rather a lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to such happenings. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nashu's protestations, the inspector will not be granted access to the capital until we can confirm that he is not a heretic. You have my word that he will be treated fairly. That is correct, Ventus. He even does the hat animation. The fixing his hat animation. And his dealings with his own lifespan. Yeah, aloha. There's food in another bowl for you somewhere else in the house. It's probably upstairs still. Hello, Ink. Hey, buddy. Come on up. My Sunday is going A-okay. Just working through some Hildibrand on my alt. Ah, slacker. Would you have heard the news then? That Inspector Hildibrand was cleared of all suspicion and judged to be no more than an eccentric curiosity. If you were looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temple Knights released him, he and his assistant ran off to God's nowhere with that mammoth in tow. As for my investigation, despite all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was not more than a zombie which wandered away from Dusk Vigil. Sickness which has since been purged. Good reference, good inside joke. So it would seem that all is right with the world once more. For now, I have no doubt that the Inspector will turn up again like Bad Gil. And when he does, trouble is sure to follow. Yeah, they do tons of referential lines like that. Hi, Gigi. See you, Inspector. Hey, buddy. The GG situation. Pray this eve finds you well, Slacker. Or at least better than it finds me. Seems I have no choice but to seek out that inspector and convince him to surrender up his mammoth to me. 'Twas unearthed under a most suspicious circumstance, after all, and who can say what secrets or heresy it might hold. Therefore, the Inquisition would conduct a thorough inspection, and if needs must, destroy it. No problem, Ink. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, he must be made to see that it is in the interest of public safety. Would you be willing to help me persuade him? Ivy, you are clawing at me, and he's clawing at me. Aloha, I'm giving you attention. I know that's not food, but it's the only other thing you're going to get. Given to understand that while the inspector and his assistant have been wandering all over the city with the mammoth in tow, they often frequent the gazebo near Fortemps Manor. With any luck, they will be there now. Well, you got to remember that Seer is part of the Inquisition after the events of Heaven's Ward. When the church is like desperately trying to make sure that it's still useful. So he's part of that whole, you know, the city still needs the church and all that. That's why he's so desperate to find heretics, so he can prove himself. From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens. That is the second time they've said that, by the way. Huzzah! A grand adventure in the deepest pit of seven hells. Just so. Such is the creed of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Well posed, Gigi, well posed. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Right, that's enough of that. By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Sacred Supreme Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisition Doctrine, I hereby command you to surrender that mammoth of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Why, hello there, Slacka, an Inquisitor Seer. Ever the jester, accusing poor Gigi of being a clockwork heretic when 'tis plain to see he's merely a precious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing this poor girl, as if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes aren't the soul of femininity. Nashu, please, were you not the witness of the magnificent display of Mandervillian masculinity mere moments ago? That's because you haven't taught her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Teach her to be a cat girl. Teach Gigi to be a cat girl. Do cat girl poses. Master Happicus, Inspector Sir, what is all this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Yes, Edmont? Oh, Lord Edmont, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I am come to seize this mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition, a fact which I clearly explained to the Inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi a boy or a girl? 'Tis clearly a strapping young lad, no? Fury, take me, not you too. Has the whole world gone mad? Fine, but even supposing this Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny the circumstances of his discovery and miraculous resuscitation were most unusual. He cannot be suffered to roam the city with impunity till the Inquisition has determined he is not a threat. I beg your pardon. Miraculous resuscitation. I see. Then until such time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopted him as a ward of House Manderville. I even stand as a witness here and now, if you wish. Adopt? That would make me Gigi's father? Doubtless the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between the two houses. Yes, of course, I'll do it. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby grant this child the patronage of House Manderville. Whee! Papa Hildy! Papa Hildy! Inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful. Quite, now that you no longer need fear the Inquisition, you are free to show Gigi more of our fair city. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to do so. Mayhap by the grace of the Furies, something will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmont. Shall not forget this kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son. We must away. Trying to read the rules real quick. Oh, Helone. Not presume to question your grand design, but confound it all. Well, mayhap I cannot detain the mammoth, but I'm still within my rights to observe the blasted thing. Lord Godbird was pleased to hear that his son is hale and hearty as ever. Not that I would presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, Gigi. Gotta find the loophole. Come now, Gigi. Surely gazing upon this wondrous work of Ashgardian architecture stirs something within your soul. The grand manor of House Durin Mel Timsart. Pray do not fill the boy, the mammoth's head, with such nonsense. That is the supreme sacred tribunal of the Hellenic Inquisition doctrine. I should know it. I work there. Furthermore, I am quite certain that there is no House Durham Dulcim part. That is rather a ludicrous portement of one of the 4 high houses, including the esteemed house, but which recently stood as witness to your adoption. Well, Gigi, do you remember anything? No, nothing. I say, rather than parading him before the grandiose, why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let us make our way into the holy stables that he might bask in singular sights, sounds, and smells of Ishgard's famous chocobos. House Duramsapart. No, that checks out. Duran Tempest, Spart. It's crazy to think that Hildibrand is just Deadpool, but in a video game. In this video game. Breaks all the rules. Dun 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 dun. Splendid specimens of horse bird flesh. Would you not agree? The hands of a skilled jockey, any one of them could take first place at the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of the Ishgardian cavalry, and any temple knight who dared exploit them for personal gain would answer to the Fury herself. How about now, Gigi? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to stiff the chocobos. It might help. It didn't. You know, just because you found him in a court in Snowbank doesn't mean he hails from Ishgard. Which is why we ought to try taking him to the markets and exposing him to all manners of good from across Eorzea. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor. Wait, am I now complicit in this farce? Fury, forgive me. Yup. All we do is we look at him and go, yep, welcome in. But I want one. I want one. Buy me a chocobo. Please, Father. Father, that strange-looking thing is staring at us. Gigi. Am I that strange-looking? Trust me, you're about to be stranger-looking, and it's going to be exactly what you wished it would be. And then you will very quickly unwish it. That I can promise you. Bow. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, probably goofing. Just maybe goofing a little bit. Why bother? It's no use. Now, Gigi, you must not give in to despair so easily. Did I not promise you days filled with grand adventures and the eventual discovery of your mislaid memories? Spirits, Gigi, spirits. Finishes the pose anyway. My word. A vase flung to the ground with reckless abandon. Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism? One waged by your wild gesticulations, perhaps. At least look before you strike a pose. The God only knows how much that vase cost. 123,524,000 at last assessment. 'Twas over 700 years old and graced the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 duke. 100 million gil? Oh, Helone, why have you forsaken me? Would you look at that? No, level it back up again. Good job, Gigi. They don't even understand that it was him. It's a miracle, nay. Did I do that? Gigi, my boy, that was marvelous. You're a born artisan, just like father. Papa Hildy's papa? Your grandpapa Godbert, the man who woke you with a few gentle taps to the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folks say he wields the very powers of life and death. I would say that. Once he and the missus come back from their tour of the Western Highlands, I'm sure they'd love to meet you. Do not demean this mammoth's powers, a mere parlor trick. We just witnessed a miracle, and I demand that you all acknowledge it. This mammoth. Sir, I say, sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth. Nay, 100 million gil and the Duke's priceless vase. My word, is this what passes for trade in Ishgard? Gigi is my flesh and blood. Shall not sell him at any price. Please, Papa Hildy, no more. I know you mean well, but we can deny the truth no longer. I am a mammoth. Gigi, whatever has gotten into you? You are my son. You're a Manderville man. Listen to your papa, Gigi. You're a Manderville girl, through and through. Stop it, both of you. You're not my papa or my mama. But Gigi, why? Well, it's only to be expected. Gigi is at a rebellious age, strange as it may sound. I too tested my parents' patience, and that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. See, we find out what's got him thinking he's a mammoth. But he is a mammoth! How can you not... Ugh, never mind. Oh. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildibrand, guardian of Gigi, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial and be reconciled with my beloved son. That's the spirit. Solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for a man who's unmasked thieves, defeated duelists, and led armies of the undead. True. That's all. Wait, what was that about the undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding the mammoth. We should begin by speaking with the sentry stationed at the city gates and airship landing. If Fury help us, he has left Ishgard. We need to know about it sooner rather than later. I will visit the Ark of the Worthy while the inspector and assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guard at the gate near the manufactory, after which we will regroup there and share, findings dismissed. I mean, to be fair, almost every third wheel is so done with it. All of them. Oh, whoops. This one's up top. Hello, Hedawart. Little fellow with a wide-brimmed hat. He came through here, bought passage on a supply ship to the Falcon's Nest. What was his name? Lalafels, right? Funny little buggers. Seemed keen to be anywhere but here. Well, if Gigi left the city, it was not by the main gates. And the sentries at the airship landing have seen no one matching the description. Falcon's Nest. Fairy, take me. We must return to that freezing pit of despair. Whatsoever Gigi goes, I will follow him and find him and embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there is but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the wind. Really? He seemed in no mood to frolic when I last saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose and belligerent when it became clear to him that he was too, in fact, a mammoth. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose, so he returned to Western Corthus, the famous breeding ground for heresy, where we first found him. Home to his heretic masters, to share with them the intelligence he had gathered on the city. At long last, the undeniable, the unquestionable, the unmistakable scent of heresy. What are we standing around for? We have a heretic to catch. It all checks out. Trying to think Inquisitors here might not think very highly of our little girl. It is possible, but I would not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. Until such a time as he does, we should endeavor to serendipitously bring him round with the opinion that Gigi is a boy of pure heart and good intent. Subtlety in all things, Nashu. That is the Manderville way. And on to Falcon's Nest we go. Yes, until he explicitly says something that would make us suspicious of him with Gigi, we should definitely not panic. The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north along the river. By the Fury, I cannot wait to finally catch him in the company of heretics. I don't much like your tone, Inquisitor. If our baby girl ran afoul to any heretics, she'd look at them square in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. Hey, Inspector, I just had one of those moments, of insight. Maybe Gigi came out here to find Lord Godbert. I did tell her Grandpa might like to see that trick of hers. Brilliant deduction, Nashu. He must be eager to meet his grandparents. Selfsame ones that renounced when he declared you are not his father. What a fine young gentleman, eager to explore his heritage. Let us make haste, my friends, for a reunion of 3 generations of Manderville's beckons. I really can't be bothered. I mean, you can be. Just be bothered. It's not hard. Bother yourself. Aloha, you have food upstairs, pal. Tracks continue north. Aloha, have you considered, no. Mammoth lies motionless in the snow. Fragments. Yeah, a snowball fight between the Mandervilles is not something I'd want to get in the way of. Now that one was, but literally the worst place you could possibly look at the dead animals from the snowballs. They're all dead from a snowball fight. Oh, it's you. You followed me. If you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, you should have said so earlier. Papa Hildy was very worried, though he is glad to see you are unharmed. It seemed that he was struck by a snowball, much like these Steinbocks. These dead Steinbocks. Are you sure he isn't damaged? If a mere blow to the head could fell our GG, we Mandervilles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have been driven headfirst into the earth on no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from malms above, and my mind is no less brilliant from the experience. Aloha, no, you have food already. I expect the earth was no less brilliant for the experience there. Why are you nodding? Oh, he's behind me, isn't he? Oh, my dishwasher's going off. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, I think it's been more than that. Hey, Ivy. He wears clothes on occasion. It's cold out here. What good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier. I was grossed in my duel with Julian. How rude of me. Would you care to join us? If you want to die. Grandpapa Godbert. Grandpapa Godbert. Mama Nashu says you wield the powers of life and death. I beg of you, grant me life. Make me a real boy. Here's the scene I've been waiting for. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. I will endure whatever I must to become a real boy. There we go. Now he's in his proper attire. He's in his work attire. Then let us begin. This body, it's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpapa Godbert. Thank you, but he's not done yet. I have not even begun. Byre God, guide my hammer. Effective.
It's huge!
It's about to be. Papa Hildy, I'm a Manderville man. Kijiji, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. This is only going to end poorly for you. Papa Hildy. GG. So heartwarming. Truly a Manderville man. Now that brings back some memories. Papa Hildy? Oh dear, who could have done such a thing? By the Fury. It's like the vase all over again, miraculously restored to its original form. Gigi, my boy, upon further consideration, I believe that this body may suit you best. It is, how shall I put it, more manageable. And much more adorable. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? Is that what's been troubling you all this time? Why didn't you say so? A Manderville is more than mere flesh and bone. He is vigor, compassion, honor. A gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look them in the eye and say, nay, I'm a Manderville mammoth. He's got the pose down. Mother, father, forgive me for not consulting you earlier, but circumstances forced my hand. Formally adopted Gigi as my son and a ward of House Manderville. Ye gods, I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but did you hear that, woman? Her son's gone and got himself a son. Grandpapa Godbert, Grandpapa Godbert. Yeah, Julian's not the biggest fan of this idea. All makes sense now. Grandpapa Godbert, Grandmama Julian. I've been waiting years to hear those words. Grandpapa Godbert, Grandmama Julian. She has not been waiting. And what's so bloody grand about it? I'll not be made a grandmother to a bloody budgering mammoth. It's past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. For you take me at the tales of the dark night before, but no, it couldn't be. I think it was something far worse. A radical, like as not. Rules be damned, I'm not risking my life to find out. Heretics. PogChamp. They're mad, utterly mad. Whole damn lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence, I will never understand. Well, at least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Before today, I didn't know a mammoth could even have an existential crisis. What am I saying? It's a mammoth. Why should I care what it claims to think or feel? Fury, take me. Their idiocy is infectious. Mustn't allow myself to fall prey to it. Follow procedure. Report to your superior. One step at a time. One step at a time. Yeah, Julian doesn't like her age to be commented on at all. She doesn't like the idea that she even looks like she's getting older. Superiors have been informed of the mammoth's adoption by House Manderville, as witnessed by House Fortemps, proceeded to take me on my task as a gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced that the mammoth is a product of heretical machinations and have commanded me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may prove problematic, however, as GG seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories, thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Manderville mammoth, casting about for any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it's safe to say there is something exceedingly unusual about that mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly it restored the vase and itself to its original form. Reconstructive magics are not particularly rare, but this is unlike any I have ever seen before. You can tell just how much more they went through this one kind of haphazardly. Because they, it doesn't have the same, like, teasers for the next one as the first set did. I need your assistance, Slacken. Before you think to run away screaming in terror, I pray you hear me out. It concerns the esteemed and now missing and presumed dead Knights of the Heavens Ward. None have returned to the capital since the unpleasantness began. Yet recently we've heard rumors of these honored sirs walking the streets. 'Tis heresy most foul, I say, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. We will need all the help we can get, which means, fury take me, we could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he's like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this will be on our own terms, and if we keep an eye on the boy, Mammoth! Yes, right, so you must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, you and the inspector seem to enjoy a natural rapport, so... Praise Halone, for a moment I was afraid you'd make me beg. This may seem to be my last chance to prove my worth to my superiors. And if I can't, to Fortemps Manor. But I need a gazebo to call my own. Hey, Ivy. Because, Gigi, such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. But, Papa Hildy, why? Why is it unbecoming of a gentleman? Ah, Inquisitor Sir, Slacka, good day to you both. Are you come as adoring fans or on business? Business. Always business, you may rest assured. Then I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am at your service. Is it robbery, murder, tax evasion? Avoision. Hey, that's how we say it in New Jersey. Tax avoision. Much as it pains me to admit it, my beloved Gigi, the apple of my eye and fruit of my loins, tempted to deface this lovely gazebo. Naturally, as his father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not true. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Now, Gigi, I know you are fond of this gazebo, as we all are, but it belongs to Lord Edmont. You wouldn't want to steal from Lord Edmont, would you? I guess not. Then where's our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove? Oh, Gigi, don't you see? We have no need for kettles or gazebos. Gentlemen inspectors, the world is our oyster. We can go whither we please. Whether the red fern grows or... Oh, I finished too quick. And yet you've been sleeping in Lord Inmont's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Gazebos are quite expensive and dangerous if not domesticated. Dangerous indeed, my boy. Besides, we are gentlemen inspectors free to travel the length and breadth of Eorzea in search of a case. Does that not sound more thrilling than whittling away the hours beneath a gazebo? I guess. If it's a case you want, you need not go far. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as Knights of the Heavens Ward. These contemptible charlatans are rumored to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee, the promise of enjoying the company of great sirs. Those who are foolish enough to attend found their experiences to be so traumatizing they have refused to discuss them in detail. Needless to say, your assistance in the matter would be greatly appreciated. For it, you shall receive due compensation. Say no more, Inquisitor, say no more. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. Since when? Hi, Julian. Mama, Mommy dearest, was under the impression you had departed for Ul'dah. And leave my beloved boy to keep playing at being an inspector, as well as a father to a bloody mammoth. Bugger that. You're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It is my life's calling to be an inspector. Gigi is my son. He's a Manderville man. Grand it is to see you. You have come at the most inopportune time. The young women of Ishgard have need of a champion to defend them from fiends most fun. Come, Nashu, come, Gigi. We shall demonstrate to my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. Thou's balls, he's stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry arse of a father. I trust you a lot to help me keep him out of trouble. Right then, come along. Well, that could have gone better. And worse. Let's not keep them waiting. Ivy has my arm right now, so I'm going to do my best. Please, do you think me so foolish to fall for their charade? What I heard from the others said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to the Heavens Ward. If I had not already memorized every detail of my dear Sir Adelfel's face, oh, wherever could he be? Dead. He's dead. Truly outside her grace, my allowance all gone to waste on those... Oh, I dare not say it. Mayhap those awful rumors are true. Mayhap I must needs accept that they now walk in Halone's halls. They do. They are dead. That is correct. You have been given the truth. We sure do, Zums. Demand satisfaction, swift and terrible vengeance. Dare they prey upon a lady's emotions to line their pockets with gil. Sir Cherbert were here. He'd purge the lot of them for festering sickness they are. That's the second time they've made that joke also. Pity he too remains missing. So very much a pity. Papa Hildy, Papa Hildy! That grandmama over there staring at us. Now, Gigi, a gentleman must be more careful with his words. First of all, you have only one grandmother. Second, that is tremendously important. Never, ever call her that. At least not yet. Promise? Yes, Father, I promise not to call Grandmama Julian Grandmama Julian. Greetings, milady. Oh, aren't you a charmer? There I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody head off if you said the G word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy? My faithful assistants, have you gleaned any new information? Other than the fact that these women scored seem to detest the fake knights with every fiber of their being. These two women were telling me all about what they'd do if they cornered the men. Is this the best you can do, then? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies? You call yourself a Manderville man? I assure you, Mother, we are only just getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind which the truth hides is often unraveled with the tug of a single loose thread. I took my hand away from Ivy, and she's not pleased. Beg but a moment of your time. Somehow I doubt that young lady was targeted by the charlatans we seek. No, she is one of the charlatans. Even better. It's true, I too was taken in by the false promises of these awful, awful men. Long have I yearned for a chance to meet Sir Verglion. When I said they finally could, I didn't hesitate for a moment. When they escorted me to the manor and undid the blindfold, looked upon the hideous faces of these so-called Grand Sirs, I screamed and fled. They were gone when I returned with the watch, but the neighbors said they had overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Idleshire. No, it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. My lady, I swear to you here and now, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished for their foul crimes. Huzzah! 3 cheers for Papa Hildy! Hip, hooray! Hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray. There you have it. Our quarry can be found in Idleshire. Come, my loyal assistants. Justice waits for no gentleman. That's all well and good, but I've never heard of Idleshire. Have you? You mean we're to travel to the Dravanian hinterlands? Right now, just like that? Yes. Don't worry, I'll teleport there, and you'll all be there when I get there. It's a very easy mode of transportation. Aloha, stop yowling. Truly, this magnificent settlement is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of our Uplander and Gobby citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we're no longer being pursued by the fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, and bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. They were no match for Lady Julian in that pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the bad gobbies fly again. Fly, sorry. It's F lowercase L Y. God's sakes, Hildy. Except in Slacka, the lot of you'd be dead in a ditch somewhere if it weren't for me. Oh, I'm standing like in her. It's weird. Nonsense. I would never let any harm come to my loyal assistant and my beloved son. If I may interject. Now then, let us split up and question the good people of Idleshire. My keen inspector sense tells me that one of them has the knowledge of the false knights we seek. I'm ready to hear some psh, psh. This one's loud, though.
Yes, yes, Loudjocks knows of Grand Sirs. Steeky uplanders keep to selves. Mingle not with gobby flock, but to each his own. Loudjock says, no questions, only jingly shine.
Oh, you must be talking about them Grand Sirs. They drifted into Idleshire some time ago, as I recall. Pay visit to the Great Library, though I couldn't tell you why. Hey, I know you. I've met you before. I know all about the Grand Sirs. They keep to themselves in that building off there, south of Roundspot. Best watch out, though. They're a dangerous bunch, liable to kill you if you're looking at them cockeyed. It's entirely possible I've gone completely and utterly mad, but are you perchance the long-lost sister of an Ishgardian noblewoman? Look behind you, a three-headed Gubu. Why do I feel like I'm not seeing the last of that old woman? Because she's one of the perpetrators. I told you. Goodbye, Goblin. Was that the Mind Goblin, Hildibrand? If only we had the testimony of a concerned citizen that could conveniently point us in the right direction. The Grand Sirs are holed up in the building to the south of the markets. Good show, Slacker. There, that's the one. Come, let's inform the others. So it seems there's no one home. There's not what we can do but wait then. Papa Hildy, I want to say that I really like this place. I think that you and me and Mama Nasha could have lots of exciting adventures if we stay here. You may be right, Gigi. This community seems to have fostered an enlightened, free society, welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in?
As I live in Shaw, Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Mandeville.
Could that be, say, Slowfix? Do you know this Gobby Inspector? I most certainly do. My Master Slowfix was my very first employer.
Psh! When traveling through Thanolin long ago, Gobbyflock was waylaid by Uplander bandits. With no jingly shine to pay brass blades, we had no way to backtake goods. Till we make busy deal with Gentleman Uplander. That is, if fastest he finds Uplander bandits and brings much bangy boom, returns goodly Gobby's goods to me. Henceforth, Slowfix gains new appreciation for Uplanders, but the chance for encounter with Gentleman Uplander, he never conceives the Igalir till Utopia. Pshaw! One may even claim Hildy a founding member of Idleshire.
Oh, the memories. It was a near thing for the bandits were clever enough to see through my ingenious disguise as an innocent milkmaid. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand, and as they say, boom gobby doom. No busy deals for the wicked. That's a reference. Thank you, Nashu. No busy deals indeed. For those who don't know, that's the lyrics to Metal, the A4 theme. In case it goes over your head. Slowfix is here to offer hand lending.
Offer hand lending.
Well, far be it from me to refuse. My son Gigi has grown quite fond of your magnificent city, so I should like to stay here with him and my assistant for a time. We would not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo, for example, would be more than suffice.
Why settle for a gazebo when a perfectly good estate's right behind you? Residents of building in arrears and Slowfix happy to...
If we were pursuing the fiends who lived here on suspicion of defrauding young women.
Fraud? In Slowfix's egalitarian utopia? This he will not abide. All the more reason to let Gentleman Uplander and his flock stay instead of Grand Sirs. No need for jingly shine even.
Huzzah! A giant gazebo to call our own. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Master Slowfix. Thank you.
No need for teary-eyed tongue flaps. Gobbyflock is possessed of moral obligation to repay Gentleman Uplander for past generosity. Enjoy your new gazebo.
Papa Hildy, this is our gazebo. Is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? I can think of no better way to celebrate this joyous occasion. Perhaps draw the ire of our new home's former tenants. Come, let us go and purchase some paints together. The gazebo shall be your canvas. Now he's gone and gotten himself a sudden gazebo. Bloody hells if he really thinks I'm going to let him keep playing at being a father. Good drawing. Doing a good job, Gigi. Color it in. Color it in right now, Gigi. I like how even Sir is clapping for him. Julian wasn't, but Sir was. Still no signs of the notorious Grand Sirs. I dare say we're gonna need more paint. And now it's on the wall forever. Don't trust anyone over 60. Forgot that was the name of the quest. Don't trust anyone over 60. What a name for a quest. Hey, Inspector. Just me or have those two been looking at us for the past few minutes? Should think. When finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh, all too many succumb to their fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the Grand Bloody Sirs. Come on, they're getting away. Time for my favorite joke. Well, actually, my favorite joke in all of Heaven's Word is definitely Gigi fucking clotheslining Hildibrand. That entire little sequence right there. And they go forward and back. You dastardly rapscallions, you have nowhere to run. Reveal yourself at once. No. Come forth, Grand Sirs. Slayer of 1,000,000 worms, the silver spear which has pierced the very heavens. Orland! Master of magic's ancient and awesome, divine hand which hath defeated all maladies save sentience and inconscious. Godsell. Grand Sirs, Excelsior! I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Mayhap both. Grandsires of Grand Sirs, you stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishgard to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, come on behalf of these poor defenseless innocents to see that no others are made to suffer as they did. Now lay down your arms and surrender yourselves into my custody. The audacity of this boy. You should feel ashamed of the words in your deeds. You will rue this day, and rue it hard. This is how high you actually jump for your limit break, by the way. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, and the taste of copper on my lips. A slight dizziness. Wait, are you having a heart attack? And when we soared into the azure sky, we never truly came back down. Do mine eyes deceive? Pixie my heart, sended from Halone's halls to guide me to her bosom. My beloved, my everything. Long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher, higher, higher. Higher, higher, higher. Snap back to reality. Orland, Orland, Orland. He's fine. I knew him not in the slightest, but he seemed a decent man. Chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding. You will rue this day and rue it hard. No, that's like most dragoons. So. What's going on, Lilithren? Black Zero, thanks for the 4 months. Welcome back. Welcome. Wait, I've seen this before, all too recently. He's only mostly dead. The master of magic's ancient and awesome here acts with all haste. The man may yet be saved. That's you. Oh, you're referring to me? With all haste? Yeah, I'll get right on that. Mournful voice of creation. Send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command that I may smite. No, wait, that's no good. Let me see. Something with more pep. A vortex of biting wind to rend the flesh. Foes? I thought you were friends. Saint Rennet bugging me with a bleeding gay bulk. My back, my back. 'Twould seem I've underestimated you lot. That makes 2 of us? Enough. Leave them be. Do you not care what becomes of the mammoth? Gigi, but when? How? I thought I recognized you, first in Ishgard, then in Idleshire. You've been following us since we left the capital. Bearer of faces fair and fearsome, the midnight shadow which hath deceived kings and queens. Doris. You can't possibly have been so naive as to think we not see through the disguises. Yet here you are, so effortlessly and easily lured into our traps, for which we are most grateful, mind. My companions are hardly cut out for life. Oh. All has been in preparation for this moment. The parties, the petty schemes, from the first, the objective of this grand design was for this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Gigi in any way, we have no desire to hurt the boy. We require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours, our youth. Small bomb like that. Noshu can get around it. Confound it, I can't see. Here it comes. Here's my favorite line. Damn it. They're very slowly getting away. Papa Hildy. Gigi. Stay strong, my son. I swear I shall find you. I'm more impressed that that mage literally has light speed on 100% of the time. 12 strike me down for a fool. So desperate was I to seize the Grand Sirs that I failed to discern their true intent before it was too late. Now the poor Gigi is in their clutches. What if I never see my beloved son again? Suppose we ought to be prepared for the worst. They could be halfway to Rad's at hand by now. Oh, well, I'll meet them there in no time then. Very much doubt that, given they were moving at an adamantoise's pace. The little milksop's right. Let's get after the old buggers. What? Well, that's what my mentor used to call me, among other things. Oh, the memories. Dude, I've seen some adamantoises move. Seems the Grand Sirs have been caught once more by the very inspector. Hello. How ironic, and how premature. We have them, yes, but they still have Gigi. Damn it, if only some manner of opportunity would present itself. Ask and ye shall receive. We can ambush that wizened dragoon, take him hostage, and demand an exchange. Inquisitor, sir, you disappoint me. Gentlemen cannot condone the violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, we shall approach this problem as paragons of honor and virtue. Slacker will stalk and subdue the Grand Sir and then relieve him of his armor. How is stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured, I shall reveal all soon enough. Godspeed, Slacker. Oh, Hildy. Hello, Orland. I knew you'd... Wait, who are you again? Something awfully familiar about those muscular forearms. Those strong yet tender-looking fingers. Would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders, young man? There's this lingering ache, this tension that Gonspart can't seem to soothe with his magics. Remove my breastplate? Of course, how silly of me. Pray lend me a hand with the straps. Swear it's the little things you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armor, and you know. Right, I should be seated to better receive your tender ministrations. The healing tingle. Would that I had a tincture of salamander with warmth to treat these aches. My little poisony used to spread some on my chest and under my nose to help me sleep through the night. Do not be shy. Work those soothing fingers into each and every knot. Slowly make me forget my troubles. You begin to fear you may have bore witness to his final moments. Leaning closer, you extend a hesitant finger, only to stop short when a sudden spasm signals the resumption of his labored breathing. I think he's dead. Exposed to the elements and at the mercy of nearby ravenous bears. May he rest in peace. I like how it accidentally zoomed in on not Hildibrand. It zoomed in on this other person I clicked on after the fact. Makes it look like they're an NPC. But you two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. Oh, ye of little faith, you are in for a treat, for you shall have a front row seat to this magnificent display of Mandervillian guile and subterfuge. Where in the seven hells is Orland? Julian's just been watching this whole time. Greetings, fellow antediluvians. I have returned. Greeting, fellow kids. Oh, bollocks. It's about time. What's going on, Curia? Okay, no, that's bollocks. Pack up your things. I want us back on the road in 10 minutes. Before we do that, we must first release young Gigi here. 'Tis behavior unbecoming a gentleman to keep children in cages. What the seven hells are you blathering about? He's going to get away. No, he will not. See? Still here, within my care. Right, then on a completely unrelated note, I shall now take the boy on with me on a brief sojourn into the wilderness. Sure, take me, it's working. He's about to walk out of there with Gigi and they won't even try to stop him. So far, so good. I'm cold and there are more bulls after me. I'm me, but you're also me. That can't be. Unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest Pigsney, we'll be together at last. How dare you attempt to trick me with a Russo hat guy that would make a minstrel blush? God, I never realized dying would hurt so much. Now's our chance, Gigi. Come with me. Vivi, wait! My son, what's gotten into you? Vivi. Where have I heard that name before? Remember who you are, Vivi, what you are. Creation of the Grand Charlian Archmage Quan. Quan is given life by Grandpapa Quan. Remember now, we live together. Taught me many things about the outside world. Wait, what exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. Remember that Grandpa Quan created me, that he took care of me, raised me, and we were very happy. But then he abandoned me. Grandpapa Quan abandoned me. He believed you were flawed, Vivi. You lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. So in his ignorance, he cast you out and died, all alone. To turn back the hands of time. Then we witnessed in the Crozier with the Duke's priceless vase. That power could be brought to bear on people? But wait, how do you know all of this? Couldn't have possibly been associates of this Archmagus Quan. We found his journals during one of the many trips into the Great Library. Scavenging for valuable relics is one of the few ways we have left to make a living. We were famed heroes of the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time. Before we knew it, the hour of the sheath was upon us. Ishgard no longer had need of our services. So we came here to eke out a living, keep doing what we do best until our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. A second lifetime, as it were. A mammoth with the power to take that which was broken and restore it to its prime state. To turn back time when its temporal magics and give us back our misspent youth. Very take me this also. Do you remember if there's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes heresy? We knew where to look even. With the journals, we determined that the mammoth was someplace in the Western Highlands. A chance for a second chance was within reach. And then we were forced to watch as you imbeciles pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us and we can help you unlock your true potential. Just think about what you could accomplish were you to master your magics. Not only could you make us young again, we even have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. At best, you can animate a corpse, and need not review the precepts to declare that the products of necromancy are abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Gigi, wait. What of our adventures? What of our gazebo? You are a Manderville mammoth. You have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy, and I will forever be grateful for that. That Grandpapa Quan made me. He made me, and I miss him. So even if it fails, I have to try. What are you doing? They're getting away. You have to stop them. Mayhap we must respect Gigi's decision. So that's the end of that chapter, eh? You're giving up and coming back home. I too made a decision long ago to become a traveling inspector and have ever stood by it. Mayhap it is from this singular stubbornness of mine that Gigi took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. He is my flesh and blood, my son. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. It falls to me, his father, to ensure that Gigi keeps to his righteous path and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. Yes. Inquisitor, sir, I must applaud your dedication to your work. I cannot thank you enough for all you have done on our behalf. Yet I fear if we continue as we are, Gigi may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I would ask that you suspend your pursuit of the Grand Sirs for a time, that I might afford the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. Well, seeing as how we can only guess as to the full extent of Gigi's power, might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I knew you would understand. Right then, there's no time to waste. Nashu, let us retire to our new gazebo and discuss our plans. Suppose it'd be a shame if he had given up easily. On the other hand, if the bloody mammoths really got the powers to make them young again, then... It's all Julian needed to hear. So I'd suspend my pursuit, and I will. But that doesn't mean I won't continue my investigation into the mammoth and its powers in Ishgard. Back to the Foundation I go. I see you saw fit to return to the capital as well. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including many of Charlian origin. I had a mind to scour them for information on temporal magics. This is, of course, all for the sake of confirming the mammoth's heretical origins. Yes, only that. Why are you looking at me like that, as if to imply my interest in these matters is more than a professional one? I'm sure I don't know what you're not talking about. Thank you, Slacka. That will be all. Hey, nice, Narwhal. That's not even Prage anymore. That's Luckj. Luckj. And on to the last question. The proud and pointy-eyed. Lucky you, Narwhal. I had to wait till week 4. The results have been rather troubling, to say the least. As you may or may not be aware, ancient Alleg is portrayed in the Enchiridion as a cautionary tale, the great empire brought low by its vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts at which the Allegans are cast in a more sympathetic light, if not outright executed. It was in these texts that I found references to temporal magics once wielded by Allegan mages. Said magics could be used to halt or even reverse the temporal state of the given object. If these accounts are to be believed, and if Gigi's abilities of these magics are one and the same, then it may well be possible for him to turn back the hands of time for the Grand Sirs, much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there's no telling how this will work with regards to a living being. Consider, if you will, that the vase was filled with water when shattered. Even if the vessel were restored, what would become of its former contents? Would it be filled with water as before, the very same, every drop returned, or would it be different water? I speak of the soul, my friend. For even if one could use these magics to restore the dead to life, would they be as they were before, with all the same thoughts and memories and feelings? The Grand Sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and mayhap they can, but the deeds who have entered into Halone's halls cannot return. They cannot. But speaking of which, according to some Charlian texts in the archives, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study in ancient Allagan magics. Further evidence that Gigi's abilities are likely derived from ancient traditions, I suppose. More importantly, I learned the location of the Archmagus' former residence. Mayhap we could find something of interest there. Something of which could help us persuade Gigi to change his course. Into mind, summon Inspector Hildibrand to make the journey. Excellent. Then let us be about our business. I saw you, heretic. I beg your pardon. Are you accusing me of being a heretic? Yes, you, Inquisitor, sir. So you sneak into the archives and seek out forbidden tomes. Saw the mad light in your eyes when you partook of the forbidden knowledge. Ah, for the love of... I did all that in my investigation. You admit your crimes. You did secretly, without permission, in blatant contravention of our rules, read forbidden tomes by the virtue of authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of the Hellenic Inquisitionary Doctrine. Took me a while to say that. You stupid ignorant. Are all of you so desperate to keep your goddamn jobs that you'll go around accusing all of the world and his wife of heresy? Is that what we've been reduced to? You were doing the same thing, you fucking... Sick and tired of looking for heretics in every bloody shadow, trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I meet. It's stupid and pointless, and we're better than that, damn it. We are better than that. If you will not surrender yourself, then I have no choice but to inform my superiors. Well, that all came tumbling out, didn't it? So there's no point in trying to convince myself that I have no personal investment in this matter, or that I still have a professional one. Somewhere along the way, I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth, perhaps. A way to help those in need. There's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? It's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let us depart for Idleshire at once. We need to find the inspector. Damn right. Sometimes common sense just has to... It's just natural. It finds its way to you. Sooner or later. His was just a little later. Okay. Fuck it. I'll just run. So it seemed we arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Sirs. He came back briefly to trade Dringleishine for supplies and whatnot, you see, and the Gobby's ear caught them trading tongue flaps about killing dragons in the Forelands. When the inspector learned about it, he said he'd go after them right away and backtake Gigi. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. Bugger that. He's got no obligations to that bloody mammoth, especially one that chose to leave of its own free will, as I recall. I swear, I turned my back on the boy for one bleeding second and he loses his goddamn mind. Afraid that he might try to do something reckless. Don't you think we should try to find him and offer a hand lending? It's weird hearing her use the Gobby speak since they've been here for a while. Rather more concerned about what will happen if the Grand Sirs attack, or worse, kill any of Hraesvelgur's brood. But first things first, I suppose. Slacker, would you be so kind as to assist Mistress Noshu and Julian in their search for the inspector? I will pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, and before you think to refuse, know that you need not fear for, my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have injured me to the harsh realities of, well, reality. Could it be that scrawny little shite's finally found his spine? Let's start heading to Tailfeather. I reckon the inspector probably went there first to ask about the Grand Sirs, and if we do the same, we'd be sure to catch up to him eventually. So did Tiamat, technically. Tiamat helped us once and then said, well, I'm done. No, so the big thing is that all of the dragons gave us their scales to make to coat the ship with. Racevelger, Tiamat. I think the only one that doesn't is Asdaya. They kind of can't. As Vritra says, Asdaya did not answer my call. The Ishgardians with the Mehmet. They were here, proclaiming to kill all sundry, and they were going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. The gods only know if the naive fools were serious. Nidhogg was doing the opposite of slacking. It was the Nidhogg and Estinian that gave all those pep talks. Nice, Andorina. Nice. No, that was after Ink. Three Dragon Slayers and a Mammoth, eh? I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them come through earlier, boasting about how they were off to kill the biggest one yet. Oh, I see. So the Grand Sirs were headed for Annex Shrine. And my dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go. I don't have to worry about that in March or April, most likely. Alright. Hello, Orland. Would you look at that? The inspector sure gave him what for. Maybe, but where the other two get to? Not to mention the mammoth. Why don't we pull him out and ask? Though having said that, it looks easier said than done. How silly of me. I'm sure you've got more than enough strength to yank him free, right, Slacka? Yes. Well, I'll be. He's wearing some sort of magic mask that makes him look like the inspector, just like the man of 1,000 faces back in Ul'dah. No, that's Hildibrand, all right. There's no fool in a mother's eye. Say, what troubles has my beloved son got himself into this time? Why, hello there, Lord Godbert and Inspector, sir. How'd you two end up traveling together? Blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Tailfeather when the night began to fall, but fortunately, Lord Godbert chanced to find me wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmont told me all about the recent trouble with the Grandsires, as well as Hildy's investigation. So as a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely Archmagus Quan's research notes. I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Yard. Well, well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment to be found in such a state, having been unceremoniously disposed of by the Grandsires. But ignominy notwithstanding, I am most grateful for your succor. Pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. This wouldn't have happened had you waited for us instead of... Wait, why the hell is you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Last 'twould seem the Grandsires have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely? Watada, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. By the Fury, not Pointy. According to the Archmagus Quan's notes, that's a sign Gigi's using too much magic. If he carries on like this, the ether will be expended, and he'll end up not more than an empty husk. That's terrible news. Must catch up to the Grandsires at once. Do you know where they are headed? All I heard was they are keen to slay dragons. They were bound for the Churning Mist, a place called Zenith, to kill a great worm named Nidhogg. Really? That all happened, huh? I meant the other one. Hraesvelgr. Hraesvelgr. Fairy, take me. What could they possibly hope to achieve? They want their glory days back. They also want to be fucking dead. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby ask that you all aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grandsires' machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present you this fresh change of clothing. Capital. I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith and to Gigi. Oh, Gigi. Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grandsires is at hand. Twould seem my wounds are more serious than I thought. Fear I'm in no condition to confront our foes. There's but one thing that could restore me to my former indomitable self. Don't worry, I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage? Oh, dearest Mummy, mother dearest, will not impose upon you. Not when my ever-loyal associate Slacka stands ready to administer to my muscles. Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of little Hildy's hurts. My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let Slacka handle it. Can personally testify to the healing talents of his strong yet tender fingers. That's the way of it. I'm counting on you, Slacka. Thank you, Julian. Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend, coat my body in oil as you have done many a time before. I like how I can see the person next to me doing it as well. Why do you hesitate? Have we not done this time and time again? Oil me up, man! How it soothes my aches and pains. Quickly now, knead it into my flesh. Knead as you have never kneaded before. Such furious kneading. Applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urged you to use too excessive a force. Nay, you were in the right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold, my son. Though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater feats of Mandervillian strength. derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Manderville, Salamanderville. To you, my beloved son, now become a prod father, I bequeath to you the sacred of oil. Salamanderville! Could it be that the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit horde, and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. The time has come, Slacker. Take this oil and help Hildy become the Manderville man he was meant to be. Yeah, that's what he's mentioning. That's why he said he knows your touch. That's the Meteor Ring quest. The Meteor Survivor Band. Ready for my final oiling, Slacker. The Salamanderville outflows into every nook and cranny. Quickly now, lay your hands upon me. Massage me with all your might. Yes, that's the spirit. I can feel it building, rising. Such passion, such fervor. I am the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed. But I have not yet begun to pose. I am a Manderville man. That Salamanderville is my word. Never felt so alive. The vibrant colors, such intense sounds, the fragrant smells. Mother, father, Slacker. 'Twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I am a gentleman inspector reborn. Onward to zenith. No matter the laws of nature they pervert or the limits they break, the Grand Sirs can do naught to stop me. Damn right, Manderville. Bow, 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 bow. They're so young. Grand Sirs, I have come for my son. There is no need for any of this. The war is over. But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood. And we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory. No, I won't allow it. Over my dead body. Far from us to deny you, then. This is the end for you. The ultimate end. I get it, because that's Thornton's attack. Get it? Good reference. It's okay, he's got the salamander oil. The Salamanderville. Why would you single target Holy? Everyone's picked up that this is Final Fantasy VII's Knights of the Round animation, right? I don't have to explain that to you, right? You all understand that. Well, it's not the animation, but it's a reference to the animation. Obviously, it's using 14 animations, and then that's a Thornton reference right there. And it's also a very long animation because of it, yes. It's budget ultimate end. There you go. Have faith, my love. He is our son. Well, the screen shatter is a reference to Thornton N7, because Thornton has the screen shatter as well. Gigi, my beautiful boy, pray do not look on me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Vivi. I remember everything. My power, my purpose. I made them young again, but it's not enough. I need more. I need the worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back. Sorry, Gigi, but no, you cannot. Grandpapa Quan is gone. He's right, Gigi. Happy could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it, but his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond our grasp. That's not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, the way it should be. Even Grandpapa Quan. Even you, Papa Hildy. Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die. Reverse, reverse. I don't understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered. This is how you saw him the first time. As they should be, Gigi. For every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things as they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you yourself believe they should be. That's why your magics have no effect on the inspector, because you know in your heart that this battered and bruised form is in its own way right. My thoughts exactly, Inquisitor. And it's for the selfsame reason that you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart, you knew there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved grandfather was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration. Then, what about the Grand Sirs? Why was I able to make them young again? All you truly knew of them were the stories they told. Wondrous tales of daring do's by heroes in their prime of their lives. It's no wonder you were able to envision them as such. That's all they've ever talked about, when they were young and free and full of fire. At first, Archmagus Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you cannot make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving him as anything but an elderly creator. That was the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. Eventually, But you were right. You were all he had left in the world. No longer a mere mammoth, but a friend. Family. His only family. His grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced that dream. But I still lost my memories in the end. He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world. Afraid of what others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all. To protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remained. Something stronger and more powerful and more resilient than anything Archmage Quan ever dared think. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. Free? To do what? Whatever you like. Don't you see? This was his final gift to you. A new life. A new story. It's all been very, very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't at any rate. We have suffered your meddling long enough. I'd intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you are so perfectly positioned... Hey, stop breaking things! Man, if that's an upset hammer, that's going to be so bad. Oh. Still after yesterday would still be an upset hammer. I am Vivi, grandson of Archmage Quan, and Gigi, son of Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville. And this is my story. Hits us with a one Final Fantasy X reference in there. Nice gal. I did the same. I don't, because you just want to see Fnatic play Hammer. That's not even going to be spicy with the way C9's playing. It'll be spicy on Reddit, but that's about it. Well, Fnatic... Oh, you mean sweep like 2-0 them in the group. Yeah. Because they're 1-0 up against T1 already. They beat EDG. They just have to not fall curse to the second round robin curse of losing 3 games. Listen, I think you can send NA to any format, Hammer. 10 out of 10 times it's going to go the same way. It's my level of faith. She's pissed because that's how Gigi sees her in her true form. So when he used his magic, that's how he made her. That's why he doesn't have any clothes on either. What about my misspent youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Such fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. May well have reached my physical peak. Yeah, again, remember, his magic returns them to how he sees them. Like, his ideal perfect form of them. Act your age, you daft sod, you look foolish. You should be grateful. Gigi saw what you had become and gave you a second chance. That was our second chance. To relive our glory days. It was rather silly, though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old. I was a coward when I was young. Now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. You're a blind, bloody fool, gone spart. I say, am I dead again? Quite alive, Inspector. Along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi. The Grandsires are also in our custody. That's my boy. Where is the little tyke anyway? Gigi embarked on a grand new adventure. He's no longer with us. I see. If that's what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I'm sure Archmagus Quain would feel the same way. Quan. What do we do now, Inspector? Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide, wide world beckons to us with the promise of mystery and wonder. We shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profound. Perhaps one day, we shall meet young Gigi again. I hate to admit it, but this whole mess got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. You did right by Gigi, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of you. And I am proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. You've made a terrible mistake, sir. A terrible, terrible mistake. Gracefully, was it? I fear we may have failed to communicate! There he goes again. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait! Hark, what is this curious light I spy in the far eastern skies? This oh so familiar scent which fills my nostril. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for ever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. Do you know how that so long as the core remains intact, little Gigi is not actually dead? That's right, so dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all that moping about. He has fallen into a dormant state because he's used all his ether. His core will gradually recharge as it draws upon ambient ether. In time he will awaken from his torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. A most generous offer, my lord, but hardly necessary. For all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh yes, it was my duty. For everything I said to the young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me in the jail and throw away the key if they don't kill me outright. So go to Idleshire and live in Hildy's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away, no? That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. Full glad am I to accept your offer. Suppose there's nothing for it but wait till after he comes back down. 'Twas a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. My boy. Suppose there's nothing for it but to leave the grand sirs to Lord Godbert, for me to see to Inspector Hildibrand's gazebo. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Idleshire, come and see me. There are a few arrangements that I need to make, but I can't imagine that it will take long for me to settle in. Thank you, my friend. Until we meet again. They plan most things a couple years in advance, so probably about that. Maybe Gigi will come back for the next set of quests. They said he's ready to. He said he can come back at some point. You wrote it in such a way where he can come back. I mean, there is no Shadowbringer Hildibrand quest virus. I mean, you could also just do it. Facts I considered unassailable. Fury take me, what a fool I was. If I hadn't met you and the inspector and Gigi, would have never realized how much I had come to hate my job. Nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it is to seek out the truth. The whole truth. One might say getting labeled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard is the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now I am free to start a new life here in Idleshire as a consulting inspector. No, there's no Shadowbringers quest. There's someone I would like you to meet. Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb ether more effectively over time. We thought that if he were to travel with you and share in your grand adventures, that maybe it would hasten his reawakening. Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless you and keep you. Hildibrand is in the first for all of about 10 minutes worth of cutscenes. And that is an Endwalker. Yeah, even though it's less content-wise by a lot, the Heavensward ones I think is the best Hildibrand quests. It's a little less hijinksy, but a little better written at the same time. No, Stormblood, it doesn't ever really. It has good moments in Stormblood, but literally you could tell they were kind of strapped with it. We didn't get it until point 0.25 at that, and the 0.25 quest was 15 minutes if you sat there and watched the whole thing. It's literally just the stalker showing up, and you spend 10 minutes like setting everything up. And then it's just a couple of quests after that. Hey, look, there's a zombie guy. He's like, oh, how you doing? Didn't notice him the last time I did this. The goblins are up top. That I remember. They're having a little picnic. Hildibrand will return. I'm pretty sure that's Eorzean. The next one should be in Kugane. That's... Well, maybe it's not in Kugane. Oh, you know what? I think it starts actually in... No, there it is. It is here. Yeah, Hangentail, Nasha goes east. Also, that you're still not... Yeah, no, Eorzean is nearly impossible to fucking read. The shadow on the State of the Realm, that's Eorzean for State of the Realm. The shadow. That's why nobody can fucking read it. You're Eorzean, right? Oh, yeah, the Stalker. What's up, dude? Adventure, maybe. Good at killing and whatnot. Me? Oh, I'm no good at it. I mean, other than the occasional rat, but I've got a job for you if you're interested. There's this Makode girl. This incredible, beautiful, wonderful girl in this tavern, right? I'm all the way from Eorzea like you and me. So, funny thing. This is the first time you meet him formally, but in almost every single other scene up to this point, he has been in it. There's one or two where he's really obvious, but he's in almost every scene Nashu is in up to this point. The only really obvious one is when Elazar is out in the middle of Thanolin in 2.5. He's literally standing in the middle of the pathway. That's the most obvious one. They made him a little more obvious after this. Like, once they made people aware of the joke, in case they hadn't noticed it already, he's much easier to spot after this quest. Like, you usually can see him behind a building or in a bush or something. This weird, strange place where people are bowing all the time and getting on the ground and tucking their legs under them. A young girl traveling by herself is in danger. Some bad people could trick her and take her and make her do, you know, things. Yeah, you can spot him very easily. In Endwalker, he is very easy to spot. I'll be watching any scene that has Nashu in it. If it's a scene without Nashu, then you won't see him. I can remember a few of the times you can spot him off the top of my head. Like when you're investigating in the residential quarters in Radzat Han. He's literally like a few steps behind her in a bush. I have seen this gentleman Eorzean you seek. Yes, and I should be glad to take you to him if you like. You are ever so kind and helpful, Mr. Talking Cat. Catfish, to be precise, though I do not care for Eorzean. I am Gyodo, the Namazu, and the services I provide are not free. I'm sorry to say, nor are they cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Oh dear, I spent my last gil on the fare to Kugane. Is there any other way I can convince you to help? Core, if it isn't Slacka, don't tell me you came all this way just to help little old me. As you see, where Inspector Hildibrand took to the skies, I said, Nashu, you'd better not let him get away this time. Immediately began looking for ways to head as far east as I could. You can't get much further than the far east, right? What if he went so far east he wrapped back around and landed in the same spot, though, Nashu? I think the tickets for the last FanFest were a little cheaper. The first two FanFests, they were like 120, 150. I think last FanFest, they were closer to 70 or 80 because they didn't include the digital rewards with it. They just said, hey, if you want the digital rewards, they're on the MOG station. So they originally used to give you the ticket price, including the digital stuff, like a mount or a minion. But they stopped doing that and lowered the prices, if I remember correctly. And just said that if you want it, go get it, you know. Little gyoza. Now I want gyoza. Oh, Nashu, you ought to know better than to trust the talking cat. Yeah, like average $100. I think it'll be a little more expensive just because it's the convention center, which is very expensive to rent. I asked lots and lots of people if they'd seen a gentlemanly Eorzean, but none of them were any help. Oh, Inspector Hildibrand, wherever could you be? Stuck in the ground or in the side of a building. Keep an eye out for legs. He does have a habit of landing head first, doesn't he? Hopefully we won't need Lord Godbert's help to pull him out again. That's it. If the inspector's always on the hunt for a case, all we've got to do is find the biggest, juiciest one we can and wait for him to appear. Let's go and see what trouble we can turn up. This way. Shut up. Your legs are fine. Unsolved crimes. It so happens that a number of properties owned by wealthy merchants have been pillaged this past fortnight. Master Akebono's shop in Rakuza district is the most recent, as I recall. But you may be assured that the Sekisagumi will track down the thief in due time. Listen, I got some bad news for you about the Sekisagumi. Actually, on this character, the Sekisagumi would still be around. Once you do the samurai quests, anytime an NPC references the Sekisagumi, you're like, no. No. Not so much. All right, you've got me, Mr. Samurai. But before you do anything rash like arrest or torture or chop me into tiny little bits with that sword of yours, know that I never touched her. I mean, I never even had the chance. I'm sorry. Oh, you're that Eorzean adventurer. I thought you looked familiar. I mean, whew. For a moment there, I thought I was done for. Those Sekisagumi don't mess around. All cut first and ask questions later, you know. No romance in their hearts. They wouldn't understand. So it's not just crimes, but big, incredible crimes you want to know about. Incidents that like to send ripples through time and space, through fate and destiny. Yeah, if you're only getting one ticket, it's way cheaper than 200. It was 5 years ago, or maybe it was last week. I'm not so good with time anyway. Anyway, there I was, walking Oldow's bustling streets when the sea parts and my eyes meet with those of a maiden most fair. She stole my heart. It was like 2 grains of sand in the desert looking at each other, and one of those grains knowing that it was destined to spend the rest of its life with the other grain, because she had this whole sultry scribe thing that made him so... Well, if you saw her 5 years ago, she was 16 at the time, so I don't know how old you are, conspicuously inconspicuous man. Some might think me mad or call me a coward for refusing to speak with her, but they are fools. Fools, I say. True love is not the product of clumsy banter, but careful study, years and years of observation and obsession, till you know her better than she knows herself. No, that's not how it works, pal. Yeah, I still gotta book the flight. You gotta be on your game to get tickets, yeah. Although there should be more tickets this time, I would still, like, be sitting at my PC with, like, 5 different browsers open, refreshing them, just in case. You start with the one, see if it takes a while to load, then get the second one going, then get the third, then you have your significant other on their PC and or tablet. They go and do it in the other room. Well, I'm going no matter what, so I'm definitely not gonna get my ticket refunded. The story on everyone's lips at the Bokaisen these days is that of the wealthiest among us and how they are being preyed upon by some sneak thief. Perhaps they should invest in better locks. There you are. Learn anything interesting? Series of robberies committed by a mysterious thief. Oh, that's well thing. Well done, Slacka. Our next order of business should be to track down this Akebono and ask him about the latest incident. It's going to be cheap for me to fly there no matter what, because I'd be flying out of San Francisco or Oakland. One of the two. That's like an hour. So I'm not going to be paying for much no matter what. For short flights, I normally just do first class. So it's usually a few $100. It's like $250, $300 each way. But, you know, I don't spend my money on much else, and it's tax deductible. So fuck it. Despicable rapscallion. The nerve of him to make a mock of us. My thanks to you, Master Akebono, for all of your help. Swear to you on the honor that the sneak thief shall be brought to justice forthwith. With that, I bid you good day. And we have our sucker for the expansion. Always, every expansion has to have one sucker in the Hildibrand questline. It's just a matter of who. Oh. Forgive me, my lady. In my haste, I did not see you. Are you all right? Shall I summon a healer? Don't worry, I've taken bigger knocks to the noggin than that. Hey, aren't you one of them samurai, are you? Shigure, at your service, my lady. You have my sincerest apologies for this incident. Much as I would like to make amends for my reckless behavior, fair duty compels me to take my leave. Nefarious criminal is at large, and I must bring him to justice. Let me tell you about the Sekisagumi, Shigure. Let me tell you about the Sekisagumi. That's all we need. Competition. Sure, Inspector Hildibrand and his faithful assistants won't lose to the likes of him. She's pretty spot on with all of this. Greetings and salutations, Master Akibano. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. And this is Slacka, who also got a knack for it. Can you tell us about the recent robbery? Inspectors. I'd heard rumors that one such as you come from the West. Nice mustache. You seem to be an honest sort, so I will oblige your request. This very morning, one of my assistants found my establishment unlocked. When he went inside to investigate, he discovered that my most prized possessions had been stolen. To make matters worse, is the place he found this message. You have just been robbed by the Kugane wolf burglar. Wolf burglar? Surely you've heard of the recent exploits. Similar calling cards were found at the scene of the other robberies. Now I too have become a victim. Series of robberies committed by a thief with a calling card? There's no way Inspector Hildibrand's going to be able to resist the lure of this case. I thought the two of you were inspectors, but it makes no difference to me who catches the criminal. And since the Sekisagumi seem to be at a loss, you will be generously rewarded for any information that leads to the recovery of my stolen property. I wish you well in your investigation. What happened to the Sekisagumi? They're pretty much all fucked. They basically don't exist anymore. If my memory serves me, there is no Sekisagumi really, or needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Been a hot minute since I've done the Samurai quest line, but I remember being like, yes, the Sekisagumi. Oh boy, about that. About the Sekisagumi. Yeah, because, I mean, we killed, like, a shit ton of them. We fucking wiped all the corrupt ones out, and that was, like, most of them. They did deserve it. There's basically like a handful of Sekisagumi at most. Stop staring at the ARR. Oh, but there's Dongo. Never mind. It's been too long since I had the chance to whip up a batch of Nashu's delights. You can be sure I'll be putting these little darlings to good use next time. Oh, bugger. Good thing I've got plenty more stashed away. And suddenly, Godbert. Alright, that's the 5.25 quests done. This is the 5.35. Well, if it isn't Slacka, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, have I got news for you. So I've been asking after the wolf burglar fellow, the one that left the cheeky note claiming credit, you remember? And it seems he's not quite as sneaky as he thinks. He's robbed plenty of rich merchants blind, I'll grant you that. No doubting it was him either. Never fails to leave a calling card, this one. Too proud to leave people wondering for even a moment. But folks have laid eyes on him more than a few times. In fact, after talking to all the eyewitnesses, I have enough information to try and sketch a picture of the devil himself. Ah, yes, let me see this picture. Exactly as I remember it. Exactly as I remember it. Very, very clear what he looks like. Not bad for a self-trained artiste, wouldn't you say? maybe leave the art to the professionals. Not hearing a lot of support for the sketch. Right then, back to the drawing board. The metaphorical one, that is. Let's you and me seek out and question the rich and famous, the sort of folks the burglar's been targeting, see if we can't learn something new. I'll head to Kogane Dori, and you can check out the tea house and the hostelry. I'll just show them this picture. Well, it's not even think. I mean, that's what the numbers say, Lilithran. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, what I think is irrelevant. We have data. My word. This data. Too long it has been since I shared a pipe with any djinn. How fortunate. No desire for a smoke. Only talk of the wolf burglar. No personal experience on which to draw, so I doubt I can be of much assistance. What I know is known to all. But if you insist, he is a lone wolf without comrades. Despite their best efforts, the Sekisagumi has no leads. Some say this has emboldened the man. Each theft is more brazen than the last. He has even been witnessed practicing his trade in broad daylight, if you can believe it. That is the extent to my knowledge. Now, if you will not favor me with the tales of your own, I ask that you leave me to my pipe. It is far less demanding company. Fair. I would like a smoke and a pancake. I know of him. For a mercy, he has not seen fit to trouble those of lesser means like me and my associates. Perhaps you thought me wealthy because I patronized the tea house. On the contrary, this is my sole indulgence. Were I a stronger man, I would forego it. But alas, the heart will not be denied. I feel that. My sole indulgence is food. I like nice food. I say, the Kugane wolf burglar. Must you sully my ears with that rapscallion's name as I attempt to... That's the second time I've heard the word rapscallion in a quest. Why did they use it twice? That's not a common word. I too fell victim to the wolf's villainy. Like so many others. If you had seen the vase before he took it. Oh, there's just any justice in this world, he would be paraded through the streets and boiled alive in the Tenkonto. The Tenkonto. I gotta cook something after stream's done. I got work to do. As well. I got stuff I gotta take care of. Bam, 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 bam. Hello, Nashu. Dig up any interesting tidbits? I sure did. Yeah, I give them attention throughout the afternoon. So it's getting bolder by the day, huh? Well, if there's anything I've learned from following the inspector around, it's that overconfidence is liable to get you smacked upside the head by your mom and her magic frying pan. That's a good lesson. That said, we'd have a better chance of catching this wolf if we knew who he was eyeing next. Gah! Oh, it's after 2. I should probably wrap up soon. Oh, look, the stalker. 1,000 pardons, young sir. Did not mean to trample you underfoot. Are you all right? Ah, because he's small. Hey, aren't you the samurai I bumped into the other day? Shiggy something, was it? Oh, well, we meet again, my lady. So you must thank me in the habit of trampling my fellow pedestrians. Let me assure you nothing could be further from the truth. I was simply preoccupied with my thoughts of the investigation. That's right. You were after the wolf burglar, too. Got any leads? As a matter of fact, I do. I but recently learned of a private auction in which many foreign wares are to be featured. Well, such auctions are not uncommon in Kugane. It is some time since the wolf burglar last struck. There are rumors that this auction may include a particularly extraordinary item. Much as I would love to converse with you at great length, I really must be going. Until we meet again. Wait, Mr. Shiggy, sir. Can we come too? To the auction? If you like, but I very much doubt you will be able to afford any of the items to be sold. Oh, don't you worry about that. Slaga here's got enough money to buy and sell you 1,000 times over. I sure do. Even on this character. Very good. Then by all means, come with me. Bow, bow, bow. Hello? Wolf burglar. This venue has been reserved for the private auction. The guests should be arriving any moment now. I remember you. Master Akibano, was it? Well, if it isn't the inspectors, I did not know you would be joining us. I presume you are to come keep watch for the wolf, but should you see anything that you like, know we have money changers on hand to assist those who wish to spend foreign currency. I must warn you, however, that should we desire the same item, I am not wont to surrender without a fight. Greetings and welcome to you, the prosperous and esteemed elite. This day you will be given a rare opportunity to view and purchase, if so inclined, a selection of strange and wondrous items from all across the world. Without further ado, I give you our first, a queer misshapen fiend captured in the mountainous wilds of Yenja. That's a Keekern. Let him go! None other than the fabled Ratman, an unholy union of man and beast, a demon of legend whose flesh, when consumed, bestows life everlasting. Eternal life can be yours, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we start the bidding at 500,000 koban? 600. 700. 800,000 koban. 800,000, going once, going twice. Sold to Master Akibano. Let us proceed to the next item up for bidding. We're going to release that rat man. I must let him free. He's not really going to eat him, is he? The statue we're about to see was brought to Kugane from the west, the land of Eruzia, to be precise. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, statue does not begin to describe this extraordinary work of art. I know that statue. It's beautiful. I give you the Erusian Gentleman, a masterpiece, nay, a triumph of Western sculpture. Marvel at the intricate details, the features so expertly realized that some have likened it to a living, breathing man, frozen in time. Well, would you look at that? That statue's a spitting image of the inspector. Could have been sculpted by a fan? Was that a trick of the light, or did the statue just twitch? Think it might actually be the inspector, somehow frozen by temporal magics? In that case, I got just the thing to bring him back to the land of the moving. Where's Anashu's delight? Stay your bomb-filled hand, my lady, I beg you, lest you slaughter these poor people and bring the marketplace to ruin. Oh, hi, Ivy. I didn't even see you there. I suppose you have a point. Wouldn't be very Inspector-like to blow innocents to kingdom come. How readily she resorts to violence, this woman. Shudder to think what carnage she has left in her wake. Today in my exhibit is Hildibrand. It's the genuine article, in the flesh. Probably hit his head when he fell from the sky again. Or maybe he's gone into hibernation again, or something. This bizarre sculpture is in truth a man? Such a thing even possible? I do not recall it wearing an expression of sheer terror before. It was rather more serene, was it not? How very perceptive. Verily, this is no ordinary statue. It is a heretofore unseen hybrid of sculpture and automaton. Marvel at the way its features change fluidly and effortlessly. That's incorrect. Yeah, indeed. So we start the bidding at the one-of-a-kind statue at 500,000 koban. 600. 7. 800,000 to be paid in full here and now. Once more, Master Akabano will not be denied. Will any challenges claim to the Erusian gentleman? We gotta do something, Slacker. If we don't, these people are gonna buy the Inspector. Good riddance. Hello, Wolf Burglar. What's the meaning of this? The Inspector's gone. By the Kami, the Erusian gentleman has vanished. You have just been robbed by the Kugane Wolf Burglar. The thrice-damned Oni. He struck again. I saw him. The fiend was with wolfish figures. He took the statue and ran towards the short pier. It's okay. He wasn't real. You know what this means? Inspector Hildibrand has been stolen, kidnapped. Don't worry, Mr. Hildibrand, sir. I, your faithful associate, will save you. I wasn't willing to bid 900,000 koban, but I will still save you. Shut up, your legs are fine. I presume of a mind to pursue the wolf burglar as well. Of course we are. He's got the Inspector Hildibrand, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let some two-gill thief eat him. He pretends referring to the Erusian gentleman, that hideous statue. Dare say no one in their right mind would try to eat it. When nonsensical fears notwithstanding, I should be honored to work with you to catch the wolf burglar. This man here claims he saw him board a boat with the statue and head towards the ruby price. 'Twas a sight I will not soon forget. Never before have I seen a lupin carrying a twisted mockery of a man on his back. Never again will I expect. You never know. Too bold was the fiend this day. Seeking to claim such a conspicuous prize in broad daylight, he left a trail we can follow. Let us make haste to the ruby price. It actually would be faster for me to go through the fucking boat. Even with flying. Although I have to go up and around. I always forget that. Fastest would have been to just teleport right back to this. But it's fine. Bam, 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 bam. Run faster, please. More sprint. I need old Riddle of Wind back. I need the speed. I don't have ninja on this character. Cannot say I've seen such a thing. Since the withdrawal of the Garlean forces from Doma and the Ruby Sea, there's been a significant increase in domestic traffic. Accordingly, we have been instructed to wave through smaller vessels leaving our waters, absent cause. Sloop and you seek probably received no more than a cursory glance. Pray forgive the interruption. We shall continue our search elsewhere. Question is, where else should we search? Who else has a reason to keep close eye on the waters? I know where. The Confederacy has every reason to note the comings and goings of even the smallest vessels. Their very survival rests on their ability to extract payments for safe passage, the so-called Ruby Tithe. Sakazuki is where we must go. Any traveler who does not wish to be raided and relieved of their possessions must journey there first and make the necessary overtures. Yes, but would a thief care? Questionable. That's the real question. Why would a thief give a shit? Searching for a bandit on a boat, you say? As far as I'm concerned, the only bandits are those who refuse to pay the tithe. Like that one fellow I spotted not long ago. Why didn't I stop him, you ask? Because he was dead, standing there motionless in his skiff, paying no heed to the waves or the waters. A dead man drifting. One thing that threatened a living man. What could I possibly do to stop a dead one? Nothing, that is what. So I took the only reasonable course of action. I let him be. I'm not one to consort with the dead, but if you are, by all means, follow the man to the Isle of Becco. I will remain here and do my best to forget what I saw. Hello, Shigure. That's the stupidest thing. You see, he mistook the Erusian gentleman for a corpse. The boat belonged to none other than the Kukane wolf burglar. What luck! Our liaison did mention that we could pay the tithe by way of bringing a trespasser to justice. I do believe this qualifies. The hunt is on. To the Isle of Becco and the thrice-damned wolf. Let me go. Let me go, NPC. Yeah, I'll finish this patch's quest at the very least. I might finish the rest off stream just so I can get that video made. I got 3 videos I'd like to get done today. I didn't even see Mel ask me to listen for the dishwasher. I didn't even see her say that, but I did anyway. The dead should pay. I love this mount. Over there, a wolf, or at least someone that's got big ears and a long fluffy tail. We've got him now. So it seems the wolf burglar was caught by the very people that were trying to catch him. Oh, Godbert. Oh, it's not Godbert. Just Hildibrand with the white hair. It's It's no wolf burglar. This is a man dead who yet moves. Restless spirit bound to this mortal coil by burden of the soil. I beg your pardon, good sir, but my soul carries on no such burden. Indeed, in death I found rather more liberation than I had in life. More purpose and meaning. And brotherhood. Wait a minute. You're one of the gentle dead men. Yeah, he has a very similar hairstyle. In fact, he has the same hairstyle. Further reaches to find myself reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots. I too must confess some curiosity as to how you came to this place, but since you asked first. As unbelievable as it may sound, we heard rumors of an island deep in the Siren Song Sea said to be home of a host of undead individuals not unlike myself. Ours being a rather lonely existence, we resolved to dispatch an emissary to the isle, myself being the logical choice once again. Well, that would explain why the myriad skeletons we found were devoid of unlife, as it were. That said, even if they were as disagreeable a lot as you claim, I should thank you to stop killing every last undead you encounter in your travels. Anyway, having failed in my mission, I was at a loss for what to do next. The island was abandoned and Eorzea was ever so far away. Just then I felt it, familiar tingling in my rotting flesh. Aye, there was no denying it. I had felt the pull of our leader, Master Zombiebrand. His ether called to me, and I was duty-bound to answer. So I followed the trail, and it led me to this place. Bow, 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 bow. Surely as I can crack open the hapless merchant's head and feast on the goo inside before you can say go. Follow me! By the way, I mean to ask, what's with the wolfish getup? It's not the sort of thing a gentle dead man usually wears, though it's quite fetching, I've got to say. Ah, fetching, get it? Because he's a wolf, right? That makes sense. See, this gift from a traveling artist. When I explained to him how difficult it was to converse with the common folk, he fashioned it for me, believing it would serve to soften my otherwise terrifying features. And so it has. But enough talk. Master Zombiebrand needs us. Nothing I have heard makes even the slightest bit of sense to me. But no matter, if this misshapen undead wolfman can lead us to the thief, I shall trust him wholly. Excuse me, Hildibrand. Need you to work with me here, pal. We are nearly upon him, and the wolf burglar. Long last we'll bring that bastard to justice. Wake up, Hildibrand. You have nowhere left to run. So they finally caught up to me. He looks exactly like my sketch. Campaign of thievery comes to an end this day. This day the Bafuku will have their man. Say their Lupin. Gotta admit, he's plenty strong to carry Hildibrand on his back. The inspector is still not snapped out of it, which means it's time for a triple serving of Nashu's Delight. Dongo style! Bombs! Shut up, you stupid statue. Bugger me, are those bombs? Idiot, get rid of them! Get rid of them before you kill us both! By the way, if you haven't played Final Fantasy VI, not the explosion, but semi a reference. Help, Slagga, Nashu, anyone. Like, he would live, like, he wouldn't survive the fall. Don't worry about the inspector. He survived a trip back from Dalamud. There's nothing. Let's get the wolf burglar instead. He just lets go. I told you before, Wolf Burglar. You have nowhere left to run. Fall, on the other hand. If that's how it's gonna be, then fall it is! Never thought I'd come this close to getting caught. Suppose it's my own fault for trying to nick a hefty prize like a statue. But if the statue ain't even a statue, ain't no reason for me to stick around, is there? Better luck next time, thief takers. Why not is generally the correct answer. A nerve of that villain. Oh, he got out of the ground. I say, Slack, I've come to expect such cold, calculating behavior from dear Nashu, but not you. Inspector Hildibrand is back. Nothing like a brush with certain death to get you back in the game. Am I right? What manner of sorcery is this? The gentleman, the statue stands before me, speaking and gesticulating as if a living, breathing being. Just I need to remind you, I too am capable of such motions, despite not being living nor breathing. But more to the point, Master Zombiebrand is no statue. Quite right, he's an agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Good sir, by your garb I gather you are a samurai. Am I correct in assuming that we are in the Far East? There you go. Who is this? Already my keen investigator senses alerted me to the presence of a petitioner in need. I must away! For honor and justice and a hard-boiled egg. Wait for me, Inspector. You know I can't run that fast. Master Zombiebrand looks to be his old self again. Wonderful, simply wonderful. It's enough to bring a tear to a gentle dead man's eye. Or it would be, if I weren't, you know. But as much as I would love to join you on your adventures, I must return to my brothers. Pray you watch over and keep our undead overlord safe. Shigure, you'll get used to it at some point. Don't worry, pal. There's only 3 patches worth of story left after this, anyway. And may be an inspector extraordinaire as well as a zombie overlord? Truly yours is the land of many mysteries and strange customs. I dare say I will never comprehend. Don't worry, we don't either. Let us follow him and see where his keen sense leads. Oh, that shouldn't teleport. It was on the island. I just wasn't paying attention. Now I gotta fly out of here. It's alright. I just have an excuse to listen to promises to keep. Sometimes that's good enough. I mean, it hasn't been a catastrophe. It's just been things that don't surprise me at all. Hasn't been a single catastrophe. It's been a multitude of happenings. Sail on ships as sailors for East Aldenar Trading Company, docked at the Kugane docks to unload goodly goods. The goodly merchant comes and offers tasty feast to me and friendly friend. By the kami, did that rat man just speak? Kikern, not rat man, rude man. Why does no one know about Kikern? Always demon with lucky flesh. Would go with a goodly merchant, all alone, many turns, left, right, left. Oh yeah, I did hear about that actually. I was referring to all the wheelchair-related stuff. It seemed that the currents carried him to the shores of the island, yet to ascertain the motive for why anyone would want to kidnap a hapless Kikern sailor. Because they do not know or do not care that he is a Kikern. He passes for a rat man of Far East folklore, flesh of which some believe bestows everlasting life. An Eorzean sailor with most unusual features. An incredible, albeit hideous, statue of Eorzean that was in truth a man. I dare say we have already met our goodly merchant. We must return to Kugane and confront this criminal at once. He may have abducted others from faraway lands to sell at auction. The fiend. At the very least, we know who sold the Kikern's friendly friend. We've got to save him too. Right you are, my lady. We shall see the wicked punished and the innocent set free. I was about to say that. Well said, you. This one is Kugane Dori. Kami, strike me. The Eorzean gentleman is alive. Hearken to me, merchant. Your reckoning is at hand. For the crime of kidnapping a Kikern sailor and selling him into slavery, I hereby place you under arrest. But more importantly, who are you to level such accusations, much less place me under arrest? You're not of the Sekisugumi. A common Ronin, are you not? You. A common Ronin come from the countryside looking for work. Work I so generously provided when I hired you to guard my auction. An auction you failed to defend against the thief who stole a priceless piece. Say, what audacity. That selfsame piece stands before you, with the Kikern who escaped your kidnapping attempt as incontrovertible proof of your misdeeds. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have defeated you. The least you could do is demonstrate dignity in defeat. The truth is plain. There's no denying it. And yet I do, Inspector, was it? Whatever authority you may possess in Eorzea is not recognized here. Only the Sekisugumi can compel answers and arrest criminals. And with that, I bid you good day. You need not answer to them, but you will answer to me. We've had our eye on you for some time, my friend, but alas, all good things must come to an end. The wolf burglars' meddling merely delayed the inevitable. We have all the proof we need. Now do yourself a favor and come quietly. Or don't, and do me a favor. For that you have my deepest thanks. Thank you, sir. That you would favor me with such kind words is a great honor. Can only hope that this goes some way towards... However, that you failed to inform the Sekisugumi of the wolf burglar's crime, despite being present, said pursued the thief of your own, is inexcusable. I cannot in good conscience admit you to the Sekisugumi at this time. Such reckless disregard and thirst for personal glory are traits that will not suffer in our samurai. There's some traits you will suffer, though, and that's not good. Thousand thanks to you for saving friendly friend. Warier and warier we will be next time. No more following goodly merchants into dark alleys. Yeah, probably not a great idea. In hindsight. I owe you all an apology. Like the merchant said, I am no more than a common ronin. My pursuit of the wolf burglar has been, from the very beginning, independent of the Sekisugumi or any other authority. I came to Kugane to join the Sekisugumi, but was judged to be unworthy. Unable to find gainful employment as a samurai elsewhere, I struggled to make ends meet. And then, when I was about to renounce my dream and return to the village, I learned of a notorious thief. A thief that targeted only the most wealthy and influential. A thief that I might bring to justice and thereby earn the approval of the Sekisugumi. Say no more, my good samurai. Your earnest nature and passion for the law have won me over. I don't know. I haven't uploaded anything to the VOD channel in a while. Actually, that's not true. I've uploaded it. I haven't made it public. Especially because I might do some of this off stream. Shall start right this instant. Could always just finish it tomorrow, I suppose. And then just put it all up. Still not quite sure what to make of that man, but I suppose I should be grateful for the help. Slacka, was it? I should thank you for joining me on this endeavor. Perhaps more so than the others. Their help is of questionable benefit, whereas yours seems more reliable. The wolf burglar is not to be underestimated. He's a cunning, clever foe, as evidenced by the way he escaped. Sheer passion and determination will not be enough to catch him. Which is to say that while I value the assistance of the inspector and his assistant, I believe cooler heads will prevail in the end. To wit, yours and mine. I too may be prone to fits of passion, but I should like to think it is nothing compared to that of the Orusian gentleman. Yeah, it's a maybe. I really gotta take a day and just upload a ton of shit there and just set it to release for a while. Nice drawing in the back there. Solid. Good job, Hildy and crew. Alright. That leaves a few more quests still that need to get done. However, it's after 3 o'clock now, and I actually have a lot to do off stream, so I'll probably just finish this tomorrow then. I wanted to have it done today or tonight, so I was going to finish it off stream, but yeah, if I want to put it on the VOD channel, I kind of have to do it on stream. Otherwise, it's not a VOD. So, I'm going to wrap things up for the day.